fellow PUBG Mobile players, in PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has the skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or are plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Noosa, updates to the classic mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Noosa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Noosa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Noosa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Noosa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bouline Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bouline Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bouline Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepac Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Noosa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Noosa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and zip lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Noosa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Noosa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Noosa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain. giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. POWR has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of POWR to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Noosa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Noosa has a super recall mechanic available, as long as there's a teammate still in the match and before the first blue zone starts shrinking. All eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepac Town, located in the southeastern part of Noosa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS-2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Noosa, the NS-2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Noosa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bouline Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bouline Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Noosa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny, and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now! As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bouline Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bouline Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Noosa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepac Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepac Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepac Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepac Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Where to find us
أنا سمعت الآخر تبنك بسواه اثنين مجنون هذا سكواد استقبال تربل 3 1 و2 ساعتين ناوية ساعتين نار يريد ولا يسار يا رجل بعد مش عم ثاني الحاجية تقدم يا
Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile MEA Fall 2022 Season Championship right here for 2022. Absolutely excited to see what the teams and the regions are going to be bringing through once again. As we know, yesterday we already had an absolutely insane start to the teams kicking off the action with some pretty competitive aggression all across the board. Of course, my name is GEEKAY. I'm joined by none other than Esproxy. How you doing today?
Feeling good, feeling ready to see what these teams have in store for us. Yesterday was an absolutely banging day of action. The teams really stepped it on up, and as we've said, today is going to be no exception. They are just going to continue laying down the law.
Yeah, I think today is going to be quite an important day for the teams really to step up and, try and bring in that insane momentum that we've seen them carry through from the respective PMPLs. But of course, as we know, right, we also would love to hear what our viewers are thinking and what their thoughts are on what the PMPL has been so far and what they would love to see moving on forward. So be sure to hit us up on the social medias. Of course, you can reach us on both the YouTube channels, both the Facebook channels, as well as on TikTok. So be sure to include the hashtag PMPLMEAChamps, right? So pop that one in. You'll of course see it once we're back on camera. It'll be right up at the top, right there where it says the PMPL full, so ensure to include those hashtags alongside with your comments and your predictions. It just makes it so much easier for us to be able to identify those comments. But I mean, as we are going through the proceedings, right, we know not only have we seen a few changes here and there, we also then have had quite a bit of a different setup from both regions, right? We know in the Africa PMPL, we had the bonus points coming into play, whereas we look at the one that we had in Arabia, we were still using the normal Super Weekend League play kind of setup. So we've seen a little bit of that dynamic shift coming in from other sides. But now, up in towards the MEA Championships, it's all down to a single format, right? Everything is running exactly the same. We are going to be starting, of course, or rather continuing with our 16 teams playing their 24 matches. 6 of those already concluded, and today we continue with 6 more, right? So at the end of today, that would mark the halfway point for this MEA Championship. And as we know, all the points are going to be tallying up to see where the teams find themselves on those overall standings.
And at no point are we going to have any of those resets, so it is straight from the get-go. These teams need to put their best feet forward and hopefully bring their best performances to ensure they pick up as many points as they possibly can in such a short time. But we're packing in a lot of games in those 4 days, so these teams really are going to be put through the gauntlet and expected to perform because there's no other option.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, right, the only way to rise to the top is where the teams are going to be not only cracking up a few cans of a few things out on the battlefield, but also they're going to be looking to utilize the ever-lovely point structure that we know and we've seen these teams really get accustomed to over the proceedings, right? That winner chicken dinner, of course, being with 15 points, and then it trickles all the way down to that 13th to 16th place, where there's no placement points, but the teams can still make up for that by locking in those eliminations, as they are awarded 1 point per elimination acquired throughout that match.
Absolutely. We saw that happening yesterday with Seoul Esports. They're over towards Sanhok. They managed to get an entire team wipe right before they were eliminated with 0 placements. They still picked up those 4 points, and that has been a crucial point for any other teams. If they can't get those placements up to where they want them, they can at least make up for it with the eliminations. And so far, the teams have been extremely aggressive in making sure they get those early eliminations, just really laying a fantastic foundation for the remainder of their games.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been pretty tough, and we've only gone through that very first day. But as we know, not only are the teams fighting for the honor of walking away with the title, right? Not only are they fighting for those slots to move through towards the PMGC qualifiers, we also know that they're then playing for their share of the amazing prize pool that we have up for grabs. As we've seen through the respective PMPLs, we now move in towards the championship prize pool, which looks a slight bit different, right? That first place being worth $40,000, from which it trickles all the way down to that 16th place, which the team will then be awarded an additional $3,000 for that. It'll, of course, all forms part of the amazing $150,000 prize pool, with our MVP for this one, of course, walking away with $2 additional $1,000 in that bank. And what's also quite amazing is, right, it's a very impressive reward going out to that 2nd and 3rd place as well, right? 18,000, 28,000. I mean, that is some pretty impressive amounts coming through here, and that does really make quite a bit of an impact to these teams and just assisting them in making this an even more feasible livelihood.
And as we know, it's not just the prize pool that they're playing for, it's also those PMGC slots, with the top 3 teams taking hold of those slots, when we already have 3 teams taking part in this EMEA Champ with 3 slots respectively. So 2 from the PMPL Arabia region and 1 from the PMPL Africa region. That is, of course, NIGMA Galaxy, GEEKAY Esports, and 1 million rather that have actually grabbed those slots. So already those teams, they are feeling pretty confident. They're feeling like they don't need to really be forcing the issue, and they have an opportunity to decide who's going to be joining them in the PMGC slots. So it's a lot of pressure to play for.
Yeah, as we said, right, quite a bit of power being held by those 3 teams. But as we know, in this MEA, there's also going to be several seats available to move through in towards MEA. So at least we'll have about 6 teams, you know, being represented there. But speaking of the teams, let's take a look at these amazing logos that we've got for them, right? We know there's a lot of there's quite a bit of a reputation that comes through alongside these logos, right? We've got Titan Gaming, who we saw pitching up so aggressively. We've got NIGMA Galaxy, also quite the formidable force that we've seen in the PMPL Arabia. It's always great to see the Team UMBRA logo there. I always enjoy saying that name. I just have to pop it in every time we can. But also another team that we see from the Africa region looking quite amazing is, of course, the players there from Slime 4KT. Also, the team then from Seoul Esports Africa, also bringing in those representations alongside Virtual Gaming Squad. But then for the Arabia side, we've got CONQUEROR Iraq, we've got Team FALCONS, who of course won and showcased such a great amount of talent going through their PMPL, right? We also then have POWR Esports, we got R8 Esports, we got 4 Kurdistan, Twisted Minds, the OOREDOO Thunders, NASR. We got the players there from 1 million, also then from the Africa region. We got GEEKAY. I mean, so many familiar names that we've got here that we saw from the previous season of the MEA Championship. But it's great to see that, you know, the teams continue to change, right? Yes, we've got a few defending players, defending teams here, but that fresh blood coming in really pushes up the collective performance of all the teams.
And I have to just correct myself, not GEEKAY rather, it's R8 Esports. So your 3 teams with already PMGC slots, 1 million, NIGMA Galaxy, and R8 Esports, who are the deciding factors here for these teams. So, and again, as we know, we have those returning championships, NIGMA Galaxy taking the first spot in the last MEA Championship. Now they have to come back and they have to defend their title, but for the other teams, for the Africa teams that are joining that are new, for the Arabia teams that are joining that are new, they have their own statements to make, and hopefully they will be making some very surprising statements as we move through into the rest of the week of play.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about statements, yesterday we also spoke about the teams doing all their preparation coming through towards this MEA Championship. And of course, we've got a nice little bit of excitement, right, coming through, as we are going to be looking at a bit of a 1v1 between 2 players from either side, right? One from either region. And of course, well, I'm not going to spoil who it is. Let's take a look and see what is going on.
Nope, nope. Nope, nope. Bonk, 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 bonk.
So as we saw there, I mean, some pretty exciting action coming through. I mean, Freak, Raouf just stepping up and just showcasing a lot of their talents there, just showing us why they are such formidable foes out on the battlefield. So quite a bit of excitement coming through here, but of course, we now want to see all of that translate into even more insanity out on the battlefield. And of course, today is going to be no stranger to that, right? We've already been talking about teams, just amping it up, cranking up those performances. And of course, speaking about the teams themselves, right? We need to see what that point situation is, where the teams find themselves after that very first day. As we know, right, we've got a few teams that we are going to be looking at, and we're going to be waiting for them to really hone that aggression. But as we know, Twisted Minds really popped it off yesterday, locking in that winner chicken dinner at 78 points, just 2 points ahead of GEEKAY Esports with 2 winner chicken dinners. But GEEKAY walked away there with 36 eliminations to their name, and then POWR Esports really just hunkering down, getting super aggressive, as we can see, 42 eliminations. I mean, that is pretty impressive.
Oh, absolutely. But for me, it was the consistency from Twisted Minds. I mean, if you look at all of our 6 games yesterday, 5 out of 6 games, we had Twisted Minds actually ranking in the top 5 placements for every single one of those games, which is a massive deal as to why they've managed to pick up so many kills. Of course, they winner chicken dinner just bolstered that, adding all those extra points with the crazy eliminations they've been picking up. But it was the consistency for me that really showcased Twisted Minds as a very, very dangerous competitor for the rest of the teams, because as you mentioned, 5 out of those 6 games, you're going to be finding them in the top 5 placements. So massive opportunity now for the other teams to follow suit, take a page out of Twisted Minds' playbook, and showcase that consistency as well. As we take a look at the second page, we know Slime4KT finished off with 44 points, and on the second page, it's only 1 point separating them and 1 million in 9th place.
I mean, it's pretty close to contentious, right? I mean, I would love this tension that is starting to build up as the teams continue to face off. I mean, again, we see 1 million and Titan Gaming being side by side, right? 2 very strong competitors, at least with regards to each other, right? There was quite a bit of competition between these 2 teams coming through from the PMPL Africa, and that still kind of continues out in towards this MEA Championship. So I'm curious to see where these 2 teams are going to be looking to push towards, but we also still have several others right here, right? We know the players from Kurdistan also locked in their winner chicken dinner yesterday, but they tied up with the OOREDOO Thunders, sitting also then on 31 points as well. And both these teams replicating the exact efforts. The only difference there being that for Kurdistan, of course, already sits with that winner chicken dinner alongside the name. So there are going to be some expectations coming through moving into today, right? We did see the players there from NIGMA Galaxy, of course, sitting all the way on that second page, which is slightly odd because if we look back to what we had in PMPL Arabia, right, they performed so extremely well going through that league stage. Then moving forward in towards those finals, even more impressive, right? Locking in a position within that top 4. But you can add the players from R8 into the same mix. But R8, they've been showing that consistency, right? Strong performance across the board, and they even finished pretty high up on the standings just for yesterday. So I'm going to be curious to see where these teams are going to be looking to push themselves towards, and whether or not today they are going to be unleashing a little bit of that beast power that we know they have.
Yeah, for me, the main focus of today is just to see what teams like NASR, CONQUEROR Iraq, Virtual Gaming, and NIGMA Galaxy are going to be bringing to the action. And of course, the way that they can do that is focusing on our fantastic set of maps that we have today. There's a few less Erangels and Miramars that I thought there was. So thankfully, DK, there is this lovely graphic just to remind me exactly what the schedule is.
Yeah, of course, the schedule is not going to be changing up at all, right? As we can see, it is going to be exactly the same as yesterday. It will once again be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then we'll repeat that once again, Erangel, Miramar to close it all off. So there's going to be some pretty great opportunities for the teams to show us what they can bring on through. Of course, expecting quite a bit of excitement coming to our only Sanhok once we get over to match number 4. But in the meantime, right, in the interim, we are going to be having a nice dose of Erangel scattered throughout. And as we know, right, Erangel being the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, the teams really have that opportunity to showcase all the potential, but also make up for whatever could have been lacking on the previous visits that they've had to those respective maps. So I'm quite excited to see, what exactly the teams will then have in store for us moving on through.
Absolutely. I mean, Erangel, as you said, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, so I expect the teams to be very happy that that is the most consistent map. We've heard a few interviews in the past before where teams are like, please, just not Sanhok, just not Sanhok. It's way too crazy. We can't control things the way we need to. And at least with Erangel and maps like Miramar, there's a very good amount of consistency and structure they can bring in to ensure that they're going to be the teams at the top picking up the most amount of points, because as we said, every mistake is going to count and all of the teams are going to be pushing it to the final moments.
Yeah, I mean, not only every mistake, but every play, right? Everything is going to be absolutely essential. But I'm excited to see what the day 2 will hold for us. As we know, looking back at yesterday, it was the match in which we saw the players there from Kurdistan stepping up with their first winner chicken dinner, locking in those 10 eliminations. We also saw quite a strong performance coming through from GEEKAY, right? We know they also locked in those double digits, but they finished in that 4th position, still walking away with a very decent spread of points. So I think, especially coming into the very first match, this is going to be setting the standard, the expectation, the bar for the day, and what we could potentially be seeing in those remaining few matches as well.
What was really impressive for me was, of course, POWR Esports with their 42 eliminations. At one stage, we were looking towards GEEKAY with being the elimination leaders with their 36, but Al-Hajj just came through with those 18 eliminations at 3.3k damage in a single day to make sure that POWR Esports were on top, at least in terms of eliminations, really catapulting them to that top 3 placement. And it was a surprise because at one stage we were looking like there was only going to be one remaining team that was going to be breaking that 70-pointer mark, but now we had 3. And now there's an opportunity, a very close opportunity for the rest of the teams to close those gaps, because so far we haven't seen that ledge being built between any placements just yet. It's about a 20-pointer difference at the most when you take a look at all the placements, and that is doable. Yes, it is a very tough competition, but it is doable within the games of play.
Well, I mean, we don't have to wait any longer to see what that flight path is going to have in store for us as we jump straight on through, starting towards the lovely Severny down below. It does seem like we are heading towards that eastern corner, right? That southeastern edge down below. And yes, indeed, we are, of course, making our way relatively close towards the lovely Novo crates down towards that southern side on that lovely Sanhok military island. But now we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. We also know, looking back at yesterday, right? We had 2 winner chicken dinners coming through from the Africa region. We had 4 winner chicken dinners coming through from the Arabia region. Now, is that trend going to continue today, or are the teams going to be looking to change it up ever so slightly?
We also had some of the African teams just gunning for each other yesterday. I believe it was Seoul Esports and Titans there towards Sanhok, who were just looking for those hot drop action points, right? They were just looking to take each other out. So interesting to see if they're going to be changing targets today, maybe moving on to those Arabian teams, or if we're just going to have a region v region showdown. Ultimately though, it's going to come down to those initial drop sites to see if we're going to have any of those initial engagements, because we had quite a number of them yesterday, DK, which is why we're expecting such an aggressive performance from these teams.
Yeah, definitely expecting quite a bit of performance to come through now that we have our zones shifting all the way over towards that western side. Definitely not complimentary coming through towards that flight path, so it is going to result in a little bit of work now having to be done by these teams, right? Looking to get themselves situated towards that western side. And I do think at this point, right, the faster the teams can get themselves into that western side, the more they could benefit from that come these next few stages.
Oh, it does seem like POWR has already, unfortunately, felt a little bit of the brunt of the action. Looking like a little bit of damage has happened there towards Aziz, and there is the confirmation as well. So, UMBRA, oh, such sneaky competitors, just stealing away that elimination and now just running away with their winnings. So, an immediate disengagement from them will mean that they reign supreme right now in terms of the numbers, and no punishment for those eliminations just yet. So a very nice early jump up here from Orteza to pick up that elim.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? If you need to ensure the security of your team moving through these early few stages, I mean, be my guest, step up and just absolutely flex it, right? But as we can see, it is going to be Carry Boy now, just trying to keep their ears open. NASR are going to be holding to that slight southeastern edge up in towards the apartments. So there could be quite a bit of a controlling angle being utilized here through Batika and Gringo. But still, it is quite the spread, right? The rest of the NASR team situated on that very edge. So whatever happens here to Gringo and Batika, I'm hoping that it works out favorably, because if they need reinforcements, it's going to take a little minute for that to happen.
We do see a few more stragglers. I mean, you can see here Groza from Conqueror Iraq out in the open, spread out amongst Twisted Minds and POWR, who are looking for those potential openings, just doing a little patrol of the area, while the rest of Conqueror Iraq is hopefully getting closer to back up Groza should the requirement come through. But yeah, other than that, we still have those same duo situations. I mean, we have School, pretty populated, obviously, with UMBRA and NASR, and then you still have Isnapoliana there with Falcons and Slime 4KT, which we saw quite frequently yesterday. No changes really in terms of the drop locations, in terms of those locations, but otherwise, we've got 1 million over towards Kameshki. We've got Seoul Esports there towards Milta Power. So a slight bit of a change, but not a lot of teams really gunning for that western side just yet. They're still focusing on that looting phase.
Yeah, I do think that the teams aren't necessarily going to be looking to change things up just yet, right? Instead, they are going to be looking to try and see kind of what the feel is coming into the second day. Again, it's that kind of litmus test moment, right? But as you can see, the Morteza, of course, just showcasing the skills, right? Who needs ammo? You just need 4 wheels and a heavy vehicle to just go up ahead and, you know, pick up that elimination as well. But if, this is now going to be an important play for this team to continue now to try and, you know, find a good amount of momentum to just bolster them and push further on forward. Again, we see Falcons and Slime 4KT sharing the position up in towards the lovely Yasnaya Polyana. But I'm curious to see what a team like Twisted Mind, for instance, is going to be doing, right? We've got Anas all the way over towards Hospital and still waiting for the rest of the team to potentially join up with him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at least 3 of Twisted Minds earlier on there, close towards POWR and their, you know, patrol of the area, as well as Conqueror Iraq, Conqueror Iraq, they have now managed to regroup. POWR still running a 2-1 setup currently, with Twisted Minds literally just rotating right through their path. So interested to see if we're going to see any eliminations coming through from that. But for now, Twisted Minds making that dash to try and get themselves to Hospital as quickly as possible for the regroup, just to ensure that there is safety in numbers available should, you know, the later rotations come through, because as we know, Hospital going to be one of those pivotal points in the zone thanks to that western rotation of the phase that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think the next one is going to be quite a bit of a kicker, right? But as we know, down south, it's going to be none other than the OOREDOO Thunders having that entire Sosnovka military island to themselves. They can go about their business, they can loot up at their leisure, do whatever they please, at least for this first initial stage. But I'm kind of expecting them to start their progression towards that western bridge. But as we can see towards the western bridge, that of course is also then where we do see the players from Conqueror Iraq. And we have our prediction right there on the screen. So be sure to tell us, who do you think will win map number 1? Is it going to be either, you know, the players they're coming through from Titan? Will it be Falcons? Or maybe even GEEKAY Esports? Be sure to lock in those predictions. Another team that I'm also going to be looking at today, right? We want to see that that insanity come through, or even more of it, rather. Is going to be 1 million.
Oh yes, no, it's an interesting setup for 1 million yesterday, right? They had a lot of early engagements that would see them starting off the maps with 2 to 3 players, already a foot down for that competition. So today, because we've already had them starting it off at least with all of their players, they're not immediately finding those early engagements. Hopefully the extra numbers will help them in the later phases to really bring through that 1 million expertise that we've seen before. I mean, they are the PMPL Africa region champions, and they've brought through such crazy consistency. I mean, if you were taking a look at their PMGC points, they have 1,782 over their respective PMPLs. And I mean, if you look at the PMPL Arabia points, their best was what, 1,240. So there's a massive difference in terms of the points that were picked up from the Africa region, but again, different formats, you know, those sort of things, so we keep that in mind. But 1 million, we expect more, because they have put through such a crazy performance in the past.
Yeah, I mean, so there's going to be quite a bit of pressure coming through this time once again. But speaking about pressure, one team that's not going to be feeling too much of that with regards to rotations at this point is going to be the players here from for Kurdistan, right? As we can see them situated on that eastern side, and they've got a pretty clear rotational pathway, at least to the edge of zone, right? Should they then decide to venture a little bit further, a little bit deeper into this next phase, I think that's where things could get quite interesting because we know we got NASA just slightly further up ahead of them. And just even further beyond that, we do, of course, then have the players here from NIGMA Galaxy positioned up in towards the lovely Pachinki. So there is quite a bit of excitement still to come through as the teams are looking to get themselves set up with those rotational pathways.
I'll definitely be keeping my eye out on the side of Milta. So, I mean, we've got the Titans there towards Milta. We have Seoul Esports rotating from Milta. POWR, of course. They are taking their time because they know that there are a few obstacles in their way. So, being cautious as they're making that move with the zone, hoping to not find those early engagements until they are set up. So interested to see if Titans might be catching them as soon as they make their entryway to the zone. Maybe a little bit of that containment happening, and same can be said there for OOREDOO Thunders, making their rotation from the military base island, of course. CONQUEROR Iraq, they're holding that western bridge side. As we can see there on the minimap, they have an opportunity to actually camp the bridge and keep OOREDOO Thunders from making that rotation, depending on the timing they're taking with their rotations.
Yeah, I think this next zone is going to be quite an important shift, though. I mean, because we've already got the teams very well situated through the entirety of the map. Yes, we have a few pockets open here and there, but the zone now is going to just allow for that continuation. Again, we see the players there from Virtual Gaming and 1 Million getting into a little bit of an altercation towards that northern side. I mean, it's what we had happen just yesterday as well. So I'm quite curious to see whether or not these teams are going to fall into that same kind of position, get into that altercation, or are they instead going to be focusing their efforts on looking to get themselves situated within this next shift?
I guess it comes down to their confidence in winning these engagements, right? If 1 Million don't feel confident, they're going to take that disengage. And same can be said here for Virtual Gaming, who have themselves currently set up in a few of those compounds. But it looks like for now, CONQUEROR will just try and get their HP bar up to a more respectable level, rather. Don't want to be sitting in the reds the whole time. And then continue their rotation. Looks like they're going and opting for a more western side rotation, potentially going all the way through Georgia Pool, then to Hospital before entering the zone. So really entering from that western side, which I like. We know that zone was not complementary to the flight path. So taking this route is going to hopefully allow them to get in zone as safely as they possibly can.
Yeah, and there's going to be a little bit of that pressure to come on through, but let's see how much safety these teams are then, of course, able to secure along the way. Titans and the players here from Fort Kurdistan are going to be fighting each other just towards those outskirts of schools. We can see held up on these lovely mountainous regions, but I'm loving this position being held by NASA as well, right? Quite the important position because they have so much angle to work with here, right? They are in a position where they can leverage those angles, those positions, and really apply quite a bit of pressure then down onto Titan and Fort Kurdistan.
Yeah, NASA not a stranger to these compounds, and Anaconda, that flip might have cost them some great HP and now might even be costing them their life, unfortunately. It looks like Miracle will be going in for that confirmation, and now it is the scramble here for Fort Kurdistan to potentially get that res popped on up, but it is going to be such a tough one, so it looks like they might just have to move on forward.
Well, let's see whether or not they'll be able to get themselves out of a bit of a sticky situation. Unfortunately, Anaconda not being able to continue on with that rotational play. But, I mean, again, right, the rest of the Fort Kurdistan, they're going to be looking to get themselves set up into a bit of a position in these lovely headshot hills. But I'm loving the position also being held there by Santa, as we can see moving in just south of the sunken city, rather, looking to just gather information. Of course, they can hear all those shots, but we can see that information then being relayed to the team as the remainder of the GEEKAY team are starting to get themselves mobilized.
Ooh, some interesting opportunities here, of course. And NASA still going to be holding on to their current location because it's a prime location within the zone. A massive opportunity for them to just catch those rotations off guard and maybe pick up 1 or 2 eliminations, as we just saw there with Fort Kurdistan. So now Titans very close by as well, doing a very similar approach. And now we turn our attention here to CONQUEROR Iraq. We're holding a very interesting position here. I mean, a little bit close towards Gatka, but very close to center. So really going to be allowing them a shorter rotation in the next phase.
Yeah, I gotta say, out of these positions that we are seeing currently, I'm really liking where UMBRA, NIGMA Galaxy, and Fort Kurdistan are currently situated, right? A very centralized position, so regardless of where the zone is going to be shifting, they could potentially still have themselves secured regardless of what that zone does decide to do. And it does take a bit of a swing, and this is exactly where it plays out now, right? None of those teams that I've just mentioned need to move anywhere. They're already within this phase, but now they can move because they choose to, right? They are prioritizing prioritizing a good position within that zone. And as we can see, there is going to be a little bit of a fight now heading in towards Cube. A very essential position, especially within the zone.
Yeah, taking a look at it now, there's going to be a lot of congestion, of course, coming through from that southern side. Virtual Gaming holding control of the north for now, but Falcons looking to take it away from them alongside Slime 4KT. But as we talk about it, NIGMA Galaxy and POWR, of course, over here trying to look and fight for controlling positions here. Titans even taking a reach over towards UMBRA, just seeing if they can pick up something or another. But GEEKAY, and POWR, of course, now they're picking up these elims.
Yeah, Alhaji looking quite cheeky with those hits, though. I mean, putting quite a bit of pressure down onto towards the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq. But let's see where this is going to move towards, right? As we know, Ruins, such a difficult position to fight in. And we can see that's because there's so much elevation and also quite a few hidey holes for teams to get themselves positioned within. POWR, they're not going to be opting for any of those. Instead, they are going to be looking to utilize the terrain to sneak around and maybe just jump up at the opportune moment. I mean, Freak not having the best of times here, as we can see. We already saw them in that 1v1 having quite a bit of fun there, but now that fun is out the door. Right now, it is time to show us the money, right? They need to just try and survive, but a very, very compromised position they find themselves in.
Yeah, Raouf from NIGMA Galaxy, don't get confused between the names here, now has to go here for the rest, hopefully to try and bolster the numbers here for NIGMA Galaxy before all of those rotating teams move on in for the confirmations and further eliminations. And they have a little bit of time now, as we do see OOREDOO Thunders also applying some pressure in the area, trying to get a little bit of that control. But R8 in a spot of trouble here, as 1 million moves on in and just finds a solo player here from R8 Esports. So a quick confirmation from them, a 1v4, DK. What are you supposed to do?
I mean, not much, right? Bandar was definitely in need of some bandages right there, but as we know, 1 million and R8 not going to be waiting around for anything to happen. Instead, as we move a little bit further onwards, it is now NIGMA Galaxy really in quite a bit of a sticky spot here. I mean, they still have OOREDOO Thunder just towards the north, POWR moving in from that southern edge. So regardless of where they go, they're not going to have any luck. Now we add on to that those third-party sprays coming through from the players of Virtual Gaming across the way, holding onto that essential cube position. I mean, this is pretty tough.
Oh, absolutely. Again, not going to stop anytime soon. All of these teams here towards this ridge line, and with the zone with so much water involved in it as well, just on the outskirts of Ruins, there's very limited space. Now here for Twisted Minds, a massive opportunity and line of sight for them. Peeking on down here from Everest, great line of sight onto the vicinity of all of these teams, but unfortunately, that zone is going to mean they need to get on the move on.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not too worried about Twisted Minds, right? That elevation they've got really allows them quite a bit of information, and they can really plan out how they want to proceed by getting themselves situated within the zone. As we can see, of course, from their point of view, they've got a clear line of sight down on towards OOREDOO Thunder. They can, of course, see the players there from NIGMA Galaxy, but I don't know if they know the whereabouts of the players coming through from POWR. So there could be that extra little bit of a surprise, especially once Twisted Minds then start committing to that rotation.
Absolutely. So hopefully they'll be able to get the information they need, because as you can see, it is a stacked rotation that they need to take. Most of our teams on the southwestern portion of the zone, with the rest, just a few stragglers up towards the north and east sides respectively. But ultimately, it is this side that has the most contention. It has so much pressure being applied, and these teams really need to navigate carefully. But of course, Virtual Gaming holding such a prime position here, and it's because they were one of the first teams in this northern portion of the zone that they have controlling power here. They have an opportunity to set themselves up and now start making a few of those plays and being very cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to note that this entire southwestern side of the zone is heavily congested, right? If we look towards the northeastern side, it's a completely different story, right? We can see a little bit of those vacancies up on the map, but I'm loving the fact that the players here from R8 Esports are actually looking to contest Virtual Gaming for that position towards Cube, as the zone has now just allowed for even more continuation within that position. But Virtual, they're going to be trying to make the most out of it, right? Trying to reach all the way across and apply a little bit of that pressure now on towards NIGMA Galaxy.
Oh, NIGMA is just being bullied by all of the surrounding teams. I mean, Twisted was bullying them earlier, we had POWR bullying them, and now we've got Virtual Gaming just applying that pressure. So really, the time for NIGMA to get a rotation on and try and get out of the situation is getting closer and closer. But for now, they will have to try and stick it out with that zone shift, potentially defend themselves, and then out in the open will be caught on out by Ragnarok.
Yeah, and I mean, the sad point here is that, like, regardless of what NIGMA Galaxy does, it's going to be so tough for them to get themselves out of that position, right? Twisted Minds moving even closer. Here they come flying straight on through Dammy. Oh, a little bit too daring for that position. Instead, gets a really good reception, gets knocked down, and with that, gets sent on back. But now Ragnarok's still close enough to move forward, cooks up those nades. And this is quite an important position because Twisted Minds now trying to really leverage their position down on towards NIGMA Galaxy. So you can see Freak now holding on for dear life, trying to line up that smoke wall to provide some form of coverage. But Twisted Minds, they are absolutely relentless. Now continuing to with that barrage as the utilities just keep on flying forward.
Oh, Freak, you gotta show us some of that 1v1 prowess here. Now you got a 1v3, so bring it on up. But again, as you mentioned, such a difficult position because it's not just Twisted Minds. They got POWR behind them, UMBRA in a competition as well to potentially get this elimination. So Freak, not a lot of options for them to move on forward.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the tough position, but now Anas now is going to be looking to move even more aggressively. Up comes Ragnarok, but a good answer coming through from Freak. Fortunately, Fidan steps up, finds the angle, and off they go. That zone also getting ready to pop, and that is just going to apply even more pressure now. Soul busy facing off against the players there from 1 million position towards that northern side. But now both these teams will have so much ground to cover to get themselves resituated within that zone. Slime also just going to be riding on that very edge, very close to the side there of Falcon. But still a very tricky position for either of these teams also then to try and lock in those rotations.
The majority of our teams, actually, if you take a look at it, it's only 4 teams that are currently within that next phase. Every single other team has to take a rotation now, and a very awkward rotation because everyone is fired up. They are looking for those eliminations. We can see Falcon being one of the first brave souls to make a trip into the zone, and for the most part, it looks like they'll be able to get away with it, except for Never Alone here because GEEKAY Virtual Gaming, they are just applying the pressure.
Yeah, and I'm expecting quite a bit of carnage to come through on that waterway, right? We can see Falcon already taking that plunge, trying to get themselves towards that zone. But, I mean, it is just so contentious. No one is going to let it off just yet. I said they're going to be applying as much pressure as they can. Guys here from GEEKAY now also just trying to keep that smoke wall as thick as they can find it. Just so they've got that quick, brief moment to grab those vehicles to potentially try and push across. I mean, even if they don't use vehicles, they just go on foot. Still, you need as much coverage as you can find. And if you can see down south, UMBRA also now attempting that dash, but they are being met by the players there from the side of just absolute carnage all over the place. I mean, this is such a tough position.
And if you take a look at Falcon's position, all down to Damar now to try and get the res on up. The waterway is dangerous and the roads, they're not much better. Gaith already picking up 2 here from Slime 4KT, and now the turnaround here for all the surrounding teams to rotate.
Oh, I mean, what a great position that is coming through. Gaith just sitting there saying, gimme, 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 and everybody just pitching up, bringing in and helping out with that absolute carnage. But of course, as I was about to say down south, there was the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq, right? Trying to hold up the defensive line against the front of UMBRA. And CONQUEROR now down to only 1. So Kalaga is going to be having their hands quite full trying to hold on to these positions. But I'm curious to see what the players here from For Kurdistan are going to be doing as they too are yet looking to get themselves situated and secured within the zone.
Oh, Koa out in the blue zone, not looking great here for Slime 4KT, but 1 million now, an opportunity for them to move forward with their duo, but first looking to take care of GEEKAY Esports here, and as they make it to the dash, Soul Esports of course also trying to make a swim like Falcons did. Hopefully they'll have a little bit more success because GEEKAY are currently distracted with virtual gaming.
Yeah, Santa really looking to bring everything out, right? Just really trying to reach across the edge of the zone. But the zone is now going to be moving even closer towards Soul Esports. So Plaza also in a slight bit of a troubling situation here. But now, for Kurdistan looking to just ride the storm out as they find a great angle on towards the side there of 1 million. Off they go, the door being slammed in their face. Now let's see whether or not the players from Titan Gaming are able to contest against the side here of GEEKAY Esports. Quite a bit of a fight now coming through for this eastern side of the zone.
And it's only P6 here from Titans to try and make a dash into the zone. But it is going to be met with quite a lot of contention. A lot of these teams here towards the ridgeline fighting for control. We can even see OOREDOO Esports now getting involved, having to jump out of the boat because virtual gaming just applying way too much pressure.
Yeah, and as we saw, P6 did not make it all the way back into safety. And is, of course, now going to be the blaze here from full Kurdistan, looking to continue with the pressure as Legend now just shooting fish in a barrel, waiting for those hit markers. But Hope now sends out a quick little bit of a nade, finds amazing damage. And this could be the turning point, but instead the answers come through, and it's going to be Legend then also going down alongside Hope.
Oh, can't say, just jumping on in here from POWR Esports, looking, every single one of these teams, they are just looking for those third-party opportunities, even for Kurdistan, still picking apart GEEKAY Esports, getting that confirmation onto Hope, and now all turns here to Twisted Minds, just alongside Ooredoo, wow, I can't even speak, Ooredoo Thunder, so now it's going to be a difficult situation for them to move on up.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going to have to work for those positions, but I'm loving what the OOREDOO Thunders have lined up, right? You can see that near single file positioning coming through, allowing quite a bit of reach, but, I mean, POWR also still in play, trying to get themselves situated towards that southern edge. But as you can see, D7H now looking to move a little bit further forward. Is it going to be down now? Looking for these angles. Oh, spots the movement, strives to connect to the shot. But meanwhile, the players there from Seoul Esports are going to be sent backing. Now is that opportunity for Hamco to try and move on forward. Twisted Minds getting sent on their merry way. 6 teams left to try and fight it out. Virtual Gaming also feeling a little bit of the pressure there, but at least they were able to provide quite a bit of assistance to the players there from R8, just helping them also find a bit of a better solution. But now, right, look at this positioning. We got such a widespread angle being held by all our teams here, and it is going to be quite a bit of a struggle for anyone to get themselves situated anywhere close to center. As we can see, Al-Hajj now getting absolutely punished by Golden for that rotation.
It's a war of attrition here on the ridgeline, full control. And now it is a little bit of a difficult situation. Virtual Gaming have been down to only 3 members remaining, which means OOREDOO Thunders are your reigning team in terms of numbers now for Kurdistan. Looking here for Slime for KT, but oh, what a difficult angle to work with.
Yeah, Storm Plaza, not the easiest position they find themselves in. But we see one of the GK players also then opting into the vehicle, right? I mean, if you don't want to risk the fire out on the land, just hop in the car and go chill in the water. You know, that also then works. But a one-shot is not going to be settling for any of that. Instead, they are going to be cooking up those utilities, trying to reach across. It is going to be Golden taking a bit of the damage there. But Darwi also now holding up a nice steady angle behind that rock, waiting for the opportunity to strike. But the zone is relentless. The team's now being forced once again to continue to look to get themselves resituated.
Oh, and power could be the only determining factor here for OOREDOO Thunders as they're coming through from that back line. Other than that, OOREDOO Thunders don't have a lot of teams to worry about, so it's going to be up to Conte and D7H to make something happen, but Smoker is going to be giving them that space.
Yeah, Smoker is going to be lighting them on fire, but now again, like, hitting for, just fishing for those hit markers. But up comes a quick little bit of a reposition off in the distance. We can see Storm now suffering to the lack of oxygen. Unfortunately, some of the physics still does apply here. And it's going to be one shot now pushing on through, putting an end to the hopes there. But as we can see, Slime not out for the count just yet. And so for Kurdistan, still battling quite aggressively to find that opening into the zone.
OOREDOO Thunder is still trying to take hold of power, and they do manage to do so. So now they're the only team coming through from the south, and Virtual Gaming at least finding a little bit of space here towards the ridgeline.
Yeah, I mean, Slime definitely running out of options right there. But if we look at Virtual Gaming, the players here from Folk Kurdistan and OOREDOO Thunders, right? I do definitely think that OOREDOO are holding the more favorable positions at this potential point. They also have the entire squad still left. So all it's going to come down to is what Gaddafi is going to be doing here alongside the 2 remaining hopefuls then from the side of Folk Kurdistan.
It's going to be a very difficult situation, especially when Golden are sending out such golden nades. Now it turns to one shot and Alpha Luigi here from Virtual Gaming to stay alive and to move on forward.
Well, up they come looking to find that opening. We see the base from Folk Kurdistan sitting on 9. We've got Virtual Gaming Squad on 9. And there we go, even more now as Folk Kurdistan hits those double digits. But it's going to be Darwi that got knocked down. Now it's going to be up to Smoker looking to see if they can maybe close this one out. Not the most aggressive performance coming through here from OOREDOO Thunders, but still such an absolutely amazing player. There's going to be Alpha Luigi to be hit next. Now one shot trying to peer out from behind that tree. But Golden they've got a few other plans. Now really getting caught up in the middle. Out comes the utilities. One shot looking to make that one nade do all the work. Finds quite a bit of damage, but this could be that opportunity also for OOREDOO Thunders to capitalize, and that is exactly what they do. As Smoker steps on forward, finds the angle. Up comes the rush. There's going to be one shot with a great defensive play. Trades two, and now it is almost down to the wire. 2 players for the side here of OOREDOO Thunders up against one shot, right? That is it. But one shot not having the craziest amount of level, or health bar rather, to work with. But that is not going to be stopping as they push on forward. Unfortunately, terrain works out in their favor, and the OOREDOO Thunders secure themselves an amazing winner-winner chicken dinner.
It was a tough situation there for one shot in the end. Only bandages to work with in those final moments, so not a lot of help to get those HP bars back up to where they needed to. But what an insane double spray down that they actually managed to grab there.
I mean, one shot just being an absolute monster right there. I mean, it was so close to that winner-winner chicken dinner potentially going to the hands of Virtual Gaming Squad. But, you know, the OOREDOO Thunders, they had the numbers advantage. They just stepped up, they capitalized, and leveraged their position and numbers to work out in their favor. So, a very well-deserved winner-winner chicken dinner. But, of course, we are going to be hopping into a very quick break. So, be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back in a short few moments.
Designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking, or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises in unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Nusa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be of great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile MEA Fall 2022 Championship. Of course, we already kicked it off with a very exciting start to the day with that match number 1 absolutely on fire. With the OOREDOO Thunder just capitalizing on their numbers advantage and just bullying their way on through. So what an absolutely glorious way they locked in that winner chicken dinner. But of course, as we know, we also need to give a lot of love out to our sponsors as well. So big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So quite a bit of appreciation being shown there towards Monster. So thank you so much for being part of all these events, making it so amazing for all the different regions to really showcase all their talents. And as we know, we also then have a nice surprise for our viewers as well. So be sure to take part in our autumnal treasure, right? As we can see, it is going to be an in-game reward. And as we know, you really like that nutty pack. But, you know, for the viewers,
oh, yes,
they can complete those daily missions to get themselves some pine cones. Get the progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees you a reward. Items are already drawn will be removed from the prize pool, and they won't be repeated. Now, the UC cost does increase with each draw, and the autumnal treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, event rewards are sent via mail, so remember to collect them. It's going to be those red dots, the ones that sometimes don't go away. So be sure to go in and claim your rewards. And, well, as I know, you're going to be aiming for that lovely backpack as well.
Oh yes, no, I'm definitely gunning for the backpack. The jacket's cool and all, but the backpack's where it's at, man. Come on.
Well, speaking about backpacks, right, we need to see how many points these teams locked in and how much they've got in the bag after our very first match. As we know, it was quite an exciting game, but Virtual Gaming are ending up at the top of the log after this very first game, sitting there on 21 points with their 12 placement points and the 9 eliminations to come through. For Kurdistan, also then locking in those double digits coming away, also then with 21. And our winner chicken dinners, only sitting on 20 points, right? Those 5 eliminations not, being enough to secure them the top position.
Unfortunately not, and as we take a look at the second page, no trips to the bakery this time around. Every single team at least picking up 1 point to add to their overall tally, so it is a pretty good consistent effort coming through from these teams, and we can take a look at the overall standings to see what potential changes there would have been, because as we know, Virtual Gaming, they had to duke it out there for that control of that ridge line. But of course, it is POWR Esports now to top the charts with 88 points.
I mean, you gotta love it when teams just rise on up. As we know, POWR Esports, they were sitting in that 3rd position on 75 before heading into this match. And the aggression really working out in their favor. But we got to look and see what that second page is like as well. Still a very contentious position being held across the board, right? I mean, NASR, yes, we are going to be looking at them to double up on those efforts alongside the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq and NIGMA Galaxy. But moving over in towards Miramar is going to be presenting them with that opportunity to do exactly that, right? We really want to see the rise of NIGMA Galaxy once again. We know them to be a very, very formidable team. And, you know, we are going to be hopping on through to see exactly what the teams will have to work with regards to that flight path, as well as where that first initial zone is going to be going.
And it's still a very contentious overall standings. I mean, we only have 3 points differentiating the first and second page, so still massive opportunities, and they could definitely do with some good, consistent points coming through on that first Miramar of the day. Now that we're heading into our second match, teams have an opportunity to take a little bit of a breath as they head onto the very vast Miramar, an opportunity for them to just get their loot up and take a slower rotation into the zone.
Well, yes, here we go, right? We are going to be hopping straight on the plane to see where the teams are going to be heading towards. We are going to be starting towards the Impala side, as we can see it just over on towards that lovely left-hand side. Up ahead is none other than Minas Generales, and we are going to be heading all the way across to that western edge, heading towards El Pozo. So, a rather centralized flight path coming in. I don't think the teams are going to be too dissatisfied with the angles that they are able to reach. But I do think the big kicker is going to be that first initial zone.
No, absolutely. Again, we've had an interesting set of uncomplimentary zones to flight past in most recent days, especially with that Erangel that we just had. And yesterday we had that western to eastern side rotation there with Miramar. So interesting to see if this is going to happen again, or if we'll have a little bit more of a well-behaved zone. Who knows, maybe for the players, they're opting for a little bit more of that central location just to give themselves some peace of mind taking through to their rotations.
I mean, peace of mind, they also want a piece of the pie, right? As we can see already down in Impala, you're going to be kicking it off with a little bit of that aggression, right? Virtual Gaming already getting into a bit of a hot drop right then and there. So these teams not wasting any time. They want to get right to business. And, you know, look to see how many points they can lock in now with the addition of the zone sitting all the way towards that western side. Beautifully centered up on towards Monte Nuevo and potentially even El Pozo. There is going to be quite a bit of pressure now for teams to get themselves secured all the way towards the west.
I believe with Virtual Gaming, they're actually up against 1 million, isn't it? Because they would normally drop there towards Puerto Pareso. So I'll have to keep an eye out on that one and see who's going to be jumping on up for those eliminations, and if there's any other potential contentious spots. Again, these earlier engagements, these early eliminations, setting teams behind. Oh, it's actually NASR. Okay, there we go. Thank you, observers. You are helping us out here because the minimap is a little bit too small. So there's a massive opportunity for either of these teams to really pick up points, and as we know, for NASR, this is a much higher opportunity for them. I mean, this opportunity for them means so much more based on those overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, the NASA definitely going to have to work quite a bit, right? I mean, but a great opportunity here for NASA now to do exactly that, right? They've got Virtual Gaming right here with them, shared in towards Impala. And it's going to be a showcase now to see which team is going to be the one to reign supreme, right? To get that rotation towards that zone. So hopefully, we could maybe have the players here from NASA and Virtual Gaming spot each other out along the way.
Very good potential, of course, but we already see a few other changes as well. 1 million heading towards Cruz del Fol instead of their usual drop sites from yesterday. So some slight changes overall on the maps, not crazy ones, and we're not seeing every single team do this, but there's an opportunity just for a few adjustments. We can see NASA now already taking that disengagement, heading over a little bit closer and out of the range here of Virtual Gaming. They do not want to be jumping into any early engagements just yet, and rather opt for that longevity. And as we take a look at a few of the other teams, OOREDOO Thunder's here right alongside Ordered, very close contention with Seoul Esports, who's also joined them here towards Los Leones.
Yeah, well, nothing wrong with a little bit of joining up, right? You're going to add that extra bit of soul along the way. So it is going to be quite a bit of contention now for OOREDOO Thunders to see whether or not they can replicate those efforts from the very first match. And fortunately for them up in Los Leones, it's not going to be too contentious. As we know, there's quite a bit of space. So I don't think that it's going to be too likely that Seoul and OOREDOO are going to find each other just yet. But that could still be a very possible thing. As we know, as Seoul could start with an early rotation, that would of course then lead to them finding OOREDOO towards that northwestern side rather.
Absolutely. So, as we take a look at some of the other teams, there are some decisions that need to be made here. And for the viewers, you need to let us know in the chat if you agree with those predictions. We've got Sandstorm going for Virtual Game, we've got Henki going for CONQUEROR, and we've got POWR going for POWR Esports. Do you agree, or do you think there's another team that's going to be reigning supreme for Miramar and taking that winner chicken dinner?
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting indeed to find out what the viewers' thoughts on what those predictions could be. But for the time being, right, we are going to be looking at the teams going through their looting phase. Titan Gaming, no surprise to see them dropping towards that trailer park, right? Quite separated from the rest of the lobby, and that is going to allow them a very peaceful looting phase. But
Yeah.
as we know, right, they are pretty close towards the zone, so I think they are going to be just taking a little bit of a leisurely stroll, not going to be rushing forward all too much just yet, but we could potentially see them maybe rotating towards Monte Nuevo or that El Pozo positioning. I mean, heading in towards those mountainous regions just on the outskirts of either of those two positions could be something that they have in store.
It could be. I mean, I'm just loving the fact that we're already seeing that change up from yesterday. We had those early engagements. Now we're at least getting closer to the 4-minute marker before we're seeing those eliminations really cranking it up on the side of our screens. We can see Gabe just keeping an eye out here on Legend, throwing through a few warning shots, but it doesn't seem like they will be hitting their marks just yet. So for now, we're still raiding through with all 64 players. We'll have to wait and see how long that's obviously going to last, because as we know, with those rotations come those crazy contentions.
Yeah, and as we know, it's gonna take a minute until these teams really start to find each other. And I mean, based on what we see so far with the mobilization coming out, I don't think it's gonna take too many minutes before we actually see them getting up close and personal. I mean, GEEKAY also venturing a little bit further towards that southern edge. We see them just, towards that center zone, rather. They are just south of the players here from Kurdistan. And as we look on towards the players here from POWR, right, they also positioned all the way over towards Al Azhar, where we saw the zone move towards yesterday. But this time around, they don't have to worry too much, right? They can ensure that they've got the satisfying level of loot before considering that rotational pathway, and also looks kind of comfortable for them, right? On that approach towards potentially Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah, especially with Falcons and 1 million actually moving away from that position. They have an opportunity to get closer, but it's going to be an interesting set of rotations coming through from that southeastern side with Virtual Gaming, NASR, Seoul Esports, and OOREDOO Thunders. I mean, depending on how that contention goes, you might be seeing a few of those early engagements, but for now, a lot of the teams centering up means that those outskirts of the zone are pretty open for the taking.
Yeah, and that is where the teams could potentially be looking to capitalize, right? Sneak into a nice little bit of a position, get yourself situated, and wait to see if anyone else is going to maybe venture in your direction, right? So Falcons, they want to have it too comfortable. As we can see, the shots now coming through there from 1 million. So never alone, being reminded that regardless of where they go, they are never alone. There's always someone held up in the vicinity, be it their own teammates or one of the opposing teams.
Yeah, specifically 1 million making their presence well and known, you know, with those mini 14s and the little bit of the Scar action. So a few dangerous warnings have been given out, and you can see Never Alone at least clapping back with a response saying, hello, we know where you are, don't worry about it, we'll deal with you a little bit later on. But now the rotations need to come on through, as a lot of the teams are centering up towards that center point. We have seen already GEEKAY Esports, they have you know, gone away with their 2-2 split, and they've at least regrouped right alongside both Team UMBRA and of course for Kurdistan. So an opportunity for them just to keep the numbers in check potentially, hopefully, as we know, because that center is just a few minutes away from being absolutely stacked with teams.
Yeah, and we do see quite a bit of mobilization coming through once again. Titan also now joining us within the zone on a slow, continuous rotation, heading slightly closer towards that center zone. So they might actually be opting to pull up in towards Monte Nuevo. And they, of course, are going to be met by none other than Twisted Minds. So we could see a little bit of that altercation come through. But over towards this eastern side, right, we can see the teams starting to trickle into those available compounds, but no one doing any aggressive rotations just yet.
Well, other than Seoul Esports and OOREDOO Thunders, right? We've already got one knocked from OOREDOO Thunders, thanks to Seoul Esports there towards Los Leones. So there is a little bit of an opportunity for recovery, and hopefully we'll be seeing that recovery come on soon. It does look like they've managed to get the reses popped off, and Seoul Esports rather opting for that western side location, potentially getting closer to Virtual Gaming. We'll have to wait and see if they manage to avoid that. And, that zone DK is going to mean there's a little bit more traveling that needs to happen.
Yeah, Power Grid is going to be on the money, right? The players there from for Kurdistan not having to move a muscle. They instead now have to actually try and fortify their current position, as we have the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq towards the east. We got GEEKAY in the south. And then, of course, the players there from R8 Esports towards that northern edge, held up in towards San Martin. I don't think it's going to be all too likely for the players there from R8 Esports to actually push up to the top, where we currently see for Kurdistan position, but looking at the rotations now coming through from NIGMA Galaxy, Twisted Mind Titans. Yeah, this could spell a little bit of disaster for the teams towards center zone.
Especially at this angle of the minimap, it all spells danger for me. There's way too many skittle numbers. There's way too many teams too close to each other. But as we know, it is Miramar. There's a lot more space than what it looks like between these two teams, between all of these teams. So there's an opportunity for them to still continue on and keep their numbers in check for as long as they possibly can. Heading further and further into this Miramar, already past the 10-minute marker, and teams are still looking good. We haven't dropped a single member, so already looking a lot more strategic than what we saw yesterday. Well, they've always been strategic, but they're not as aggressive as what we saw, and there's not so many of those earlier altercation opportunities, which means we get to have more teams and more players in those final zones.
Yeah, a lot more of a calculated approach coming through here. I mean, even the players here from Titan are going to be just looking to sneak their way up in towards Monte Nuevo, coming through nice and steady, trying to sneak in behind the side here of UMBRA. But Shadowin, they've already spotted the movement, right? So the surprise element is out the door. Instead, it's going to be P6 now to get spotted out. As Shadowin, changes weapons at the most opportune moment, missing the angle there. But Puncher is going to be sending out a nice little bit of a reminder, right? You might be looking at one of our players, but we are also then looking at you. And now you see Teak just starting to flank around ever so slightly, looking to come in with a little bit more of an off-angle approach. But AXA definitely going for the flank.
Oh, absolutely. And a massive opportunity here for UMBRA. If they can pick up Titans, they will not only be securing themselves that peace of mind that there's no one coming through from that southwestern side for now, but also those juicy eliminations just on the other side could be also good to add to their tally, as Tika gets a little bit of a haircut there, DK.
I mean, a very, very quick response coming through there from Shadowin. But now AXA looking to get themselves at the ready spot, out the opportunity, and this is that flank we were talking about. It really now paying dividend there, so we can see the knock coming through. Morteza wasted, and the rest of the team now looking to bring in a very swift response. Already, Titans, they found a bit of a crack, and now UMBRA are tasked with trying to piece this whole position back together.
And now, of course, Titans looking to leverage that down, potentially even getting that confirmation onto what Shadowin would be so good. Team UMBRA scrambling to give the space and to defend their teammate for as much as they possibly can, but at some time they need to look at that disengagement. Already Morteza looking for the reposition, and it is going to be a dangerous one at that.
Yeah, and I mean, Titan went from a good position to a little bit more of a challenging position, as we now see the addition of NASR coming in from that southern edge. Batika, of course, now just reaching across the hill. Gringo finding that knock up towards AXA, getting that confirmation dialed in as well. But the Zori now continues to focus the teams even further towards Power Grid, and this is where the whole situation is just going to continue to tighten up even more so.
You called it. Power Grid is going to be on the money here. So for Kurdistan, absolutely feeling zone blessed at this moment of time, alongside a few handful of teams. But of course, as we know, rotations still have to happen here, especially for Titans, who are trying to make a dash on through. With only 3 players alive, as well as Team UMBRA, they would also be looking to get out of there as soon as they possibly can. NIGMA Galaxy here on the high rise could potentially be a threat for Titans, depending on when they will be stopping with these rotations.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at Titans for what they are, right? They are the Titans, right? I don't think they are going to be stopping anytime soon. Instead, they're going to be looking to find that sweet position to get themselves into. But Freak has a few other plans. Is going to be trying to halter that rotation. Not succeeding just yet. That's not going to stop potential continuation to come through from that. Now, Titans are going to be finding themselves much closer towards for Kurdistan, and this is where Legend, Anaconda, Golden, and of course Dawi are going to be having to really focus their efforts on the defensive.
Absolutely, smack bam center zone. So everyone is going to be looking to take this real estate away from them. It is just such a prime position with the hard cover that you have, with the line of sight that you have on all of the surrounding teams in the vicinity. I mean, come on, it is just so juicy. A little bit of that replay action there towards Shadowin, who just got caught out in the open thanks to the fantastic flank by AXA, but you know, karma is a thing, and it just came on through.
Yeah, I mean, you whatever you do, you cannot kind of circumvent karma, right? If it's coming for you, that's just the way it is. You just gotta accept it. And now, for Kurdistan, are going to be looking to accept their position, instead looking to fortify towards that more northern position. So this does allow them a little bit of a defensive position towards Titan, who we see moving in. But if we look further down south, right, we got GEEKAY, we've got UMBRA, all still fighting for possession of the southern edge, and Virtual Gaming coming through now with those more ranged assaults down on them.
Oh, UMBRA, they can count their blessings. That nade just bounced off at the perfect time. So they will be fine just for the time being, with a little bit of hard cover thanks to the exploded vehicles, but for how much longer is the question. We do see Santa with a few more nades that they can share here with the team UMBRA, and we'll have to wait and see how they get themselves out of the situation. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds in a bit of contention with Virtual Gaming, and also feeling the brunt of the action as they have a player knocked, so this is going to be a difficult situation for them to get out of.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit of competition coming through there on the side of NASR, as we can see, moving through from that western side. But still, the pressure will continue on the southern edge. Gaith now also getting knocked. And, I mean, things are looking a little bit tough, especially for the players here from the side of GEEKAY. But they're not going to be backing off just yet. Instead, they are going to be looking for a quick little bit of a reposition to re-strategize those angles. And now UMBRA also starting to take aim towards Virtual Gaming. But, I mean, there's only so much that you can do with a blown-up party bus.
And now with that zone that's moved on through, really favoring Titans for Kurdistan, Seoul Esports, and NIGMA Galaxy. The rest of the teams, they're going to have to start to hustle on out. You can see UMBRA already taking that rotation out of the zone because, well, they need to run into the new phase. They need to run into a better position. And now, unfortunately, no party bus to work with, so they'll just have to take a little bit of a jog around the mountain.
Yeah, but I think this next zone shift is going to be quite an essential play, especially now for NIGMA and the players there from R8, right? Because both these teams are in very controlling positions with regards to the zone. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a bit of aggression then being shown by either of them. But Twisted Minds now trying to make a slow, steady approach, trying to get themselves within this next shift. And GEEKAY also going to be jumping at the opportunity to try and just capitalize on the slight bit of tranquility that we have here.
Man, I tell you, these players, they have the best skins. Alright, the best skins. I see these cars, I hear the noises, I'm just happy. I'm so happy. But Morteza doesn't like the buggies and is going to make that very clear there for Virtual Gaming, who are trying to make their approach into the western side, just behind NIGMA Galaxy and potentially NASR. So that's going to be a bit of a tough one, should they find themselves in that contention. One shot, ooh, just narrowly escapes.
Yeah,
no,
as we know. I mean, Morteza being one of those aggressive players coming through from the PMPL Africa, right? So no surprise to see that relentless effort being put forth. But now, it's going to be Virtual Gaming trying to get at least the southwestern side under lockdown, right? They are going up against the side here of NASR and NIGMA Galaxy. But NASR also, they're going to be trying to just play the terrain, play these positions, inch their way as close as they can. They've already found themselves a bit of a position moving into towards the zone, but now they need to secure it.
Oh, absolutely, and we know this is a vital opportunity for NASR. They need to bring in those points, and they've already found those 2 eliminations. Now they want to build that up with great placements, and for them, it's going to mean taking out Virtual Gaming before they even think about facing off against NIGMA Galaxy. They can't have this looming threat coming through from the southern side, but already Thunders and Conqueror. Hello, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I love this though, coming through for OOREDOO. Thunders just finding the angles on towards CONQUEROR Iraq, but Rio are trying to flank around instead. They get caught out in the open. Groza now left to try and piece this puzzle back together. Kalaga also just trying to relay a little bit of information across, but Groza now instead having to deal with the threat coming through from the side of POWR, and they're not going to be making it any easier. But again, the team's looking for these opportune angles to utilize. There is going to be Hassan finding Rio, and now applying quite a bit of pressure on what is left of the side here of CONQUEROR Iraq.
Oh, not before GEEKAY Esports gets involved, of course. Oh, such beautiful eliminations for them. And now still looking to take down Team UMBRA, who are making that rotation around the corner. Just the trio here that has to deal with Santa. Nades will be sent on out as a warning shot, but Morteza lying on back looking for that connecting shot. It is going to be such a difficult angle for them to work with here.
Yeah, that blue zone is going to be just slightly tickling the health bars of these players as they now look to find those positions to get that continuation going. But of course, the zone is going to be moving as well, just pushing up into no man's land towards that northern edge. And this is going to be forcing even more aggression, as we can see Ragnar now being found out there as Hassan just capitalize on the slight bit of elevation. But OOREDOO Thunder still need to try and consider how they're going to get themselves resituated back in towards this next shift.
Looking at this now, oh, Ragnar just down and out with those nades that are just being sent on through bit by bit. Team UMBRA as well, not feeling too great in terms of the health bars, but at least they've got those utilities, they've got those consumables to get themselves up and at them, and they need to do so quickly. They need to find a better position in the zone if they want to have an opportunity to take the Team UMBRA name further and further.
Well, let's see where it is going to be going, right? I mean, yes, the teams are going to be aiming to take it further and further, but looking at the opposition, looking at the hurdles they have set up ahead of them, yeah, it's going to be taking quite a bit of work for the teams to make that become a reality. And now, OOREDOO Thunder's grabbing that vehicle, looking to get the party bus underway. But instead of rotating towards the zone, they are going to be looking to apply even more pressure towards the players here now from GEEKAY and at the side there of UMBRA. And this is where things start to really disassemble itself as Gaith now comes in with a very quick response. But oh, there we go. The answer is dialed in, and that is going to be the end of the road for GEEKAY.
Unfortunately, that 5 layers deep of blue zone is going to start chunking at the HP bars. We see OOREDOO Thunder's also being sent out now thanks to Twisted Minds, who have finally given themselves the space. But of course, there is still a threat. There is still Team UMBRA rotating on up, coming through here from the southern side, potentially looking to take this control away from them. So they need to keep their heads on a swivel and potentially take that dash into the zone.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of dashing to be done, as we can see. Quite a bit of difficulty held up towards the north as NASR and Slime 4KT also then face off. You've got even more pressure over towards that eastern side with 1 million and Falcon, and then also for Kurdistan, as well as the players from POWR. But now, Twisted Minds on the southern edge are going to be looking to just capitalize on that slight little bit of a third-party position, right? Just trying to find that angle on towards Zeus. But Zeus now just having a bit of that terrain bless work in their favor. Now Twisted continuing to move up. Fortunately, not too much ground left for them to try and cover to at least make it into the zone.
And there's a lot less teams now because of all these crazy eliminations that we've had, all happening towards the west and southern position of the zone. It is really that northeastern side that is absolutely stacked with teams, as we can see from Seoul Esports perspective. I mean, you take a look, most of your teams are around you looking to take you out of the picture.
Well, Hemo, of course, trying to take a few pictures in the meanwhile as well, right? Taking names and pictures wherever they can find them. And this is an absolutely aggressive showing coming through as Hemo picks up 3 knocks. Now, going to be looking to rush on forward, get those confirmations dialed in as well. And Titans, having a nice bit of an answer here. But let's see whether or not they'll be able to pick up these pieces. Rauf now looking to move in. Maybe going to be getting that raise up on towards Hemo, and I'm loving the confidence being shown here by Seoul Esports.
Oh, come on, you got to get the main man Hemo up. After a 3k spray down, they need to get back into the action for Seoul Esports here. And R8, they are just trying to face off against 1 million Esports, who are not looking too great. They're also pretty worse for wear, but hopefully they will be able to get those HP bars up. And Adam Senke, in the air, just getting taken on down.
Yeah, Ida with a great angle right then and there, and that will allow them to potentially get over towards Bandar, bring them back into contention. But now it is going to be Venom to find the angle on towards for Kurdistan, looking to capitalize, push on forward, but they get found out and down they go. Golden now also applying a lot of pressure alongside the rest of the team. Lazy Boy getting found out now. Marshall left to fend for themselves. And this is where things become increasingly more difficult. Still so much distance to cover to get back into zone.
Well, Kurdistan just taking that dash into the zone and taking a couple of teams out in the process, but Omar comes through and gets potentially the white.
Absolute insane play coming through there, but now R8 also going to be feeling that pressure as 1 million come rushing on forward. Marshall about to bid their farewells, and off they go. The blue zone getting the better of them. So that is all she wrote. Still 5 teams left to duke it out. It's going to be NIGMA, Galaxy, and Slime within the zone. Still fighting tooth and nail to get themselves repositioned. Dami is going to be locking in at least that final position now for Twisted Mind. But Soul and NIGMA going toe to toe. So much aggression coming through towards this northwestern edge. Let's see whether or not Slime can capitalize and maybe find those angles. There's going to be an oath to be found out now. The reloads always coming in at these really strange opportunities, but that is going to be sufficient though for Slime to end the road right there for NIGMA Galaxy. 3 teams now left for this winner chicken dinner.
Live just holding full control of that northwestern side, but now they have to head up against Seoul Esports and of course R8 in contention here for that winner chicken dinner. But Seoul Esports with full numbers, 4KT, they just need to get that one res and then they should be good to go.
Oh, Blaza trying to play these angles, finds a great opportunity, but it's going to be wise to slam the door shut, as we can see Ida and Bandar now just getting absolutely obliterated as Wise comes through with yet another amazing knock. Now, Prestige holding strong. The final hopeful left for the tidy of R8 Esports. But Seoul already sitting on 12 eliminations to their name, so close to dropping that 30 bomb.
Either way, we know that the same pattern is going to be emerged. We had an Arabian team take the first map, and now we will potentially have an African team taking the second, unless R8, or at least Prestige, has something to say about it.
Oh, there's a lot of pressure now riding on Prestige's shoulders, but it is, of course, going to be a face-off between the side of Slime and Soul, fighting relentlessly to see who can secure themselves then winner chicken dinner. Both teams sitting on a full squad. But here we go, those rotations coming through. Slime trying to get themselves at least secured within the zone, but look at Pronto go, finds the angle on towards Rauf. Hemo quickly moving in, looking to keep those numbers up, but up now, it comes the push moving through from Slime. It's going to be Storm looking to move themselves even closer, so close to that edge, about to just pop over the apex, and up comes the shotty. The shots connect on through, and that is going to be a double whammy right then and there. Storm so close to securing this potential winner chicken dinner, but Soul still very relentless in the efforts.
Oh, the nades get sent on through. Omar's still up, but just with a sliver of HP, it's going to be down to Wisey to make things happen.
Oh, and there we go. The hits now coming through in such close succession. All now riding on the line. It is going to be R8 to get sent backing, and now it is all riding on Weiss, right? The full force of Slime 4KT just ascending down upon them, and up comes the rush. Slime trying to rotate on forward, but Storm gets ended right there, and it is going to be that winner with a chicken that is straight over to Slime 4KT.
I mean, YC caught out in the blue. 7 layers of that blue zone is going to be chunking out at their HP. So in a 1v4 scenario, all that they could do is take one elimination and make sure that Slime weren't going to get them that extra elimination at the end. So a little cheek right at the end.
Yeah, a very cheeky play indeed. But as we know, yesterday, Slime also locked in that winner chicken dinner on this match number 2. But while we process everything, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few moments.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. I'm an animal, give me a color, give me a leaf.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Noosa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage, and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be a great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Middle East Africa Championship. I mean, this has been an absolutely crazy day so far. The second match just concluded and we saw the players there from Slime 4KT rising up once again, taking home that winner chicken dinner. And what a glorious winner chicken dinner that was. But of course, speaking about glorious, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So much love going out to Monster. And of course, speaking about love, right, we can show a little bit of that to the viewers as well, as we do have our lovely autumnal treasure also ongoing. So be sure to head in game. And once you're in game, you can complete daily missions to get yourself a few pine cones. Right now, you get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool and they won't be repeated. Now, the UC costs do increase with each draw, and the autumnal treasure voucher can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, the event rewards are sent via mail in-game, so be sure to collect them, right? Remember to collect them. It's going to be those lovely red dots that you see popping up in-game down on your menus, right? The things that always annoy me so much, you click those red dots and you'll be able to find your rewards right there. But as we know, right, is absolutely insane performance. Quite an aggressive showing that we had over on Miramar.
No, absolutely, but it was a little bit more calculated compared to yesterday's Miramars. You know, we didn't have a lot of teams or players going down in the early phases. I think we were only looking at around the 10-minute marker that we had those teams finally kicking it up and finding those engagements. So it's a lot more calculated this time around. The teams managed to lot of crazy action. But as we said, at least NASR managed to disengage earlier on from virtual gaming, and those were the only real danger of contentions that we saw.
Yeah, but as we saw also, it was a very, very tough play to come through. I mean, yes, it was a lot more calculated, but that, of course, then resulted in teams really utilizing those positions. I mean, even though Slime rather, moved in with strong numbers coming into that later phase, right? They were met with quite a bit of opposition. It wasn't a steamroll approach, right? It was so much hard work that needed to go in to try and secure that winner chicken dinner. But speaking of all of these things, we also then have to take a bit of a look at see how many points all the teams were able to secure off of the second match. And as we know, it is quite a contentious position still held over on towards the overall rankings.
And as we take a look at it, Seoul Esports, of course, picking up those 25 points thanks to the 13 eliminations they made work there. So even though Slime 4KT were your winner chicken dinner winners, they only picked up those 9 eliminations. So ultimately, they won it out, but it was such a tough and contentious battle for the top slot. Alright, Esports, of course, they with the solo right at the end managed to stay alive and pick up some fantastic points overall. And I mean, this side of things looking really good and healthy, DK.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, a little bit of good and healthy. I mean, even Seoul, right? They showed up so aggressively. I mean, 13 eliminations is also still very, very impressive to look at. I mean,
yeah.
Like, well, any amount of eliminations at this level
yes.
is quite impressive. I mean, even NIGMA Galaxy, even though they only found 1, they still were able to secure themselves that 4th place finish, and then sitting with 9 total points to their name. But now as we take a look at that second page, this is where we get to see what the point distribution is. And, you know, this time around, second match in a row, the teams are staying away from the bakery.
Yeah, maybe they're sticking away from those carbs. They're done with the donuts. They're sticking to only those amazing points, adding to their overall tally. So a very good showing from these teams. And again, it's that consistency that we need. We saw that coming through from Twisted Minds yesterday. And now a lot of the teams, they are taking a page out of that playbook and making sure that they are going to be the consistent ones. But now the question in the back of our minds is, how does this affect the overall standings? And what sort of jumps have we seen with regards to those points? Are there any gaps that we're looking at? And we can take a look, and POWR Esports are still leading, but this time only with 1 point.
Yeah, you know, power to them. So many aggressive teams showing up. I mean, Twisted Mind also right there hard on their heels. I mean, there's only 3 points separating the, 2 points, in fact, separating the top 3 teams. So if you want to talk about a contentious position, this is that, right? Exactly that. But if we look at the performance coming through between Twisted Mind and Slime 4KT, both teams sitting on the exact same amount of eliminations. The only differentiating factor here being Slime's got 2 winner chicken dinners, but Twisted Mind, they've just been a little bit more consistent, securing themselves a little bit more of those placement points.
Yeah, it comes through from that consistency yesterday. For 5 out of 6 of the games, they're being in those top 5 placements today as well, placing really, really well. And consistently picking up those placement points, regardless of your eliminations, is going to allow you for a consistent jump up on the overall standings. But Seoul Esports now in 5th position with that winner chicken dinner. So it feels also good to be tying up with R8 Esports.
Yeah, but a nice addition to this first page is then also going to be the players there from OOREDOO Thunder, right? It's great to see them also starting to move a little bit further up those boards. And as we look on towards that second page, this is where we can see, right, just how much work these teams still have to put in to try and secure themselves a strong, decent position, as it is still very, very contentious across the board. And we're still going to be waiting for the players from CONQUEROR Iraq and NASR to step up. We've been seeing those attempts come through. We did see NASR, of course, you know, lighting up quite a few of those eliminations in the past match. But now we want to see all these pieces fit together and them having the ability to really find their success moving forward.
Absolutely. Like we said, there's about a 20-point difference right between the bottom placement and the top. So there's an opportunity to do all of that in one game.
Yes, definitely quite a bit of a possibility. And as we know, we are going to be heading right back over onto Erangel to see what the teams will be bringing on through as we step in for our second helping of some bread and butter. But it's going to be quite a game, right? Because yesterday we didn't see a super aggressive change up with regards to those flight paths as we were moving through our 3 Erangels. So today I'm going to be hoping for a bit of a different approach, right? We had a nice day yesterday. Today we want to see a little bit of a challenging approach come through, right? We want to see the flight path can still pretty much go wherever it wants, but that first initial zone want to see some crazy continuation come through on that. And of course, it is going to be time for us to hop straight in with the flight path starting towards that southern edge. So the very lovely Sosnovka military base down below. So that means that, again, we are looking at a slightly centered flight path moving forward.
Alright, so I mean, you said the flight path can go wherever it wants, but now it has to come down to where that zone is going to show up and how it's going to make it challenging for these teams. Maybe include a little bit more of the water here, DK.
Oh, well, I mean, one team that is going to be quite happy with where the flight path starts is OOREDOO Thunder, right? As we can see them already getting that early jump moving out. But Seoul Esports also going to be quite satisfied as they now can reach up in towards that Morse quarry kind of setup. So we can see both teams heading in their respective ways. But hot on their heels, it's going to be CONQUEROR Iraq. So there could be quite a bit of contention, especially towards the southern edge, right? Depending on where this initial zone is going to be going. But I think that is where the big kicker comes in because... as we've seen, right, whoever holds zone has a very good chance to hold a strong dominating position.
Absolutely. We've seen those earlier rotations from these teams really just to capitalize on those zone rotations. And now the question is going to be, who's going to be zone blessed? Who's going to have those opportunities and have a far less, a far less challenging time taking those rotations on in? Ooh.
Well, there we have it, right? The zone has been decided. And it's a very complementary zone towards this flight path. But what I like about this zone, though, is even though it looks a little bit more comfortable, it actually isn't. Because it's going to be allowing a lot more of those stratagems to come through now, right? Teams really being in the position where they don't necessarily have to worry about getting themselves secured within the zone. Now they can focus on playing the positions.
Yeah. No, so now it's going to come down to hunkering down, keeping your positions, making sure that that defensive line is as high and as well put together as you possibly can. You do not want to have any cracks in the defense coming out through.
Yeah, well, if you find any cracks, if it is your team that's cracking, maybe get some super glue and patch it up. But if you are one of the aggressors moving forward and you spot the opportunities, might as well. Just capitalize, get a crowbar. Just widen those cracks as best you can. But, I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting run-through as we are starting off with the players here from NIGMA Galaxy, dropping up in towards the ever-lovely Pachinki, but it does seem like they are at least uncontested for the time being.
Yeah, there's a few other points of contention here. As we can see, no surprises, CT, UMBRA, and NASR very close to one another, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to actually translate into any early aggression from these respective teams for Kazakhstan and, of course, Team UMBRA. Also taking a very close rotation to one another, so waiting to see if anything's going to come through from that. And unsurprisingly, it's Falcons and Slime for KC over towards Yasnaya Poliana, now making their rotations on in. So still, there's opportunities, but we have to wait and see if those teams will be taking them, or will they rather be focusing on a disengagement.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Falcon Slime, pretty consistent with their drops towards Yasnaya Poliana. And we haven't really seen a lot of engagements coming through between the two of them, right? They've been very respective in their space. But now, as we look to see where the other teams are going to be going, maybe things could take a little bit of a change on through. The players here from Kurdistan are going to be trying their options a little bit more towards this eastern edge. Maybe could be rotating all the way towards prison or even mansion, as it does seem to be a feasible option for them. But I mean, NASR going for a little bit more of a spread out play here, taking a 2-1-1 approach.
I just want to say, we were talking about the skins earlier with these teams. For Kurdistan, definitely have my favorite vehicle skins. I mean, they so good. But of course, as we take a look at some of the rest of the teams over here towards Georgiapol and that hospital area, unsurprising to see 1 million and Twisted Minds being in contention for these relative zones. But now, as we know, it's going to come down to whether or not they're going to rotate on into each other.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the interesting one. But it does seem like Twisted Minds already looking to get themselves a little bit of an anchor point set up somewhere. We got Fidan, of course, now on a bit of a scouting mission. But I don't know whether or not, they're going to be maybe relocating the entire team. I think for the time being, they've probably spotted out the movement here from the side of 1 million. So we get to see what they have up their sleeves.
That is the goal. That is the hope, of course. But again, I'm keeping an eye out on that time. I want to see if these teams are going to be looking for those early engagements, or if once again they're going to stay quiet. They're going to stay calculated, moving on into the zone, especially because we have such a central zone. It allows for that space. Like we said, just hunker down in your location, focus on defense instead of offense, and you might be finding yourself a few of those surprises with those, handful of teams that have to make their rotation in. I mean, I'm taking a look at Falcons and Slime I see here over towards Yasna Poliana. Potentially they find out for Kurdistan. Potentially they might even catch Virtual Gaming, depending on what sort of rotation they're going to be taking. But for the rest of the teams, it's going to come down to just sticking to your guns and sticking to your location. For now,
Well,
at least.
Let's see what's going to happen, right? If anyone's going to choose to stay, or are we going to maybe see a little bit of that disengage come through? I mean, it's glad to see Powerful reloading. I was a little bit worried there because we saw that that red gun, and I was like, the M4 is not really an M4 if there's no bullets in it, right? You kind of need that. That makes it really what it is, right?
You can't throw it like the pan.
Yeah, that would be cool though. I mean, imagine if you could throw an AWM. I mean, that thing, or even an M249. No. Wow, you could do a squad wipe with that thing without even using ammo.
Yeah, the barrel can take out all 4 players just immediately. Yeah, no, let's not add that into the game, please, devs. If you are listening, please no, that no, it's enough. We have enough violence here. All right. So as we take a look at some of the other teams, though, I am very curious, of course, what's happening there towards school. As we know, NASR and Team UMBRA usually 2 teams that we keep finding each other, but UMBRA actually opting for a more southern approach. They've moved on down just past Potato Hill, a little bit closer to the edge of, just that outskirts of farm area. So they're looking at the ridgeline for potentially controlling positions. I'm very curious to see where they end up, especially with Conquerors rotating along that edge line. I'm wondering if those 2 teams are going to be finding each other.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting one to see what that ridgeline will bring on through. I mean, who knows? Maybe it could pack a little bit of a surprise on forward, right? But as we now look onto what the rotations are coming through for the rest of the teams, right? It's still a relatively comfortable rolling across the board, right? No one too close to each other just yet, right? Instead, I think they're going to be waiting for the zone to have its decisive move and show the teams where they're going to have to try and get themselves repositioned. Because if we look at the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq, yes, they are holding on towards this position close to center zone, but they are no immediate threat to NIGMA Galaxy positioned up in towards Pachinki. I mean, Raouf, yes, if he explores a little bit too much, he could maybe stumble upon the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq, and that could result in a bit of an altercation. But I'm not too worried about it just yet. What I am worried about, though, is potentially the players here from NASR venturing up in towards Falcons.
Already getting a little bit too close for comfort here. Falcons just keeping an eye out there on the rotations as they get themselves nicely set up here into the compound. So obviously Miracle taking that scouting position, just seeing what they can find in the vicinity, and hopefully they will be disengaging from that. But Damar coming out quite late from Yasna Poliana might, as we see now, obviously driving past Miracle. So they have that inclination that, there's something happening in the vicinity, but there's no immediate threat just now. They're just checking each other out and making sure they have an idea of the current situation and the current set of teams in the vicinity.
Yeah, they're just measuring each other up, right? Just to see what the gist is. But of course, speaking about the gist, so you can see teams are just getting those rotations in now, right? Looking to get themselves a little bit closer in anticipation of that next potential zone shift going in any potential direction. I mean, we've seen the zone also just centering up on itself even more so, allowing for the continuation of these teams' efforts. But again, we would also not shy away from a little bit of a crazy shift. Maybe just something going to either of those edges, but it is going to be a mix of the two, right? It's a slightly crazy shift, but not all too aggressive, and also a relatively comfortable play. So it will allow for the teams, especially on that western side, now to just continue to roll further and further on forward. But UMBRA find themselves now situated smack dab center zone.
Yeah, an opportunity for them to just chill and have a good time here towards the center zone. But of course, Virtual Gaming, Twisted Minds, R8, Soul Esports, taking the rotation in from the western side could mean that they find themselves in those altercations. A little bit of action for them earlier on rather than later, but there's some great positions within the zone that really look pretty palatable for me. I mean, I'm checking out Potato Hills, waiting to see who's going to be taking that one. Is there a specific place for you, DK, that you're looking at? Ooh, although you might have to answer that after this.
Well, I would definitely say close to where 1 million is positioned, but yes, Weiss, is going to be trying to just pick off those heads. of course, POWR hard on their heels, coming in with a little bit of that third-party play here. But up comes Aziz now trying to push on forward. But a good response being sent through from Seoul Esports, as they're not going to be allowing any surprise plays unless they decide so. So now, let's see what Weiss is going to be doing, as we do have Alhaji on a slow, steady show of aggression here. And POWR definitely showing up super, super aggressively.
You can see why Alhaji was the elimination leader yesterday, just with those 18 eliminations. Now looking to add on a few more to that tally, but now it's going to come down to Raouf to try and rotate on around and get this molly onto Alhaji. Ooh.
Well, up comes Raouf now, trying to find that opportunity, pushing forward. Hamodi also finds a great angle. And now this is going to be POWR really trying to piece this one back together. As you can see, it is going to be D7 trying to hold on, but those mollies are being sent over in their direction. Catches up, and this is going to be a huge opportunity now for Hamodi to find that knock. But still, Kante is going to be holding strong, right? Trying to get that res in towards Aziz. But let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull it off and make their grand escape, as NIGMA Galaxy now come running forward in hot pursuit.
Oh, those nades were just a hair off of the target, but Kante, they managed to get that res actually off, but now still. It is a 2-on-4 scenario, and this is going to be a very difficult one for them to recover. We did see Seoul Esports getting sent back into the lobby, and now POWR might be joining them.
Yeah, I mean, Kante now going to be trying to make a big run for that, right? Just trying to put a lot of distance and disengage, looking for the continuation. But we'd love to hear what the predictions are. As we can see, of course, Sandstorm, Henki, and Moa bringing in their own respective predictions, rooting for Falcon, Soul, and Twisted Minds. Who do you think is going to be the team to lock in this winner chicken dinner? Meanwhile, we do have the players there from R8 and Virtual Gaming fighting out in the blue zone. And NIGMA Galaxy now just doing the due diligence, right? Just popping all the vehicles they can find.
Oh, absolutely. Making sure there's no room for escape from the surrounding teams, as Kante is still taking that rotation on out of the situation. Now, potentially in hot pursuit here, it is going to be CONQUEROR Iraq trying to follow up on that elimination. Virtual Gaming and R8 hopefully disengaging from one another, getting into the zone. I would hope so. Coming through from that northern side, there is at least a little bit of space for them to work with. Meanwhile, in the center, DK, I mean, pick a side, pick a team. They're going to be there. They're going to be fighting it out for control.
Oof. I mean, you're talking about fighting out for control, right? This is now going to be that quintessential fight. Right? I mean, there's not going to be a lot of positions left to really take. Aside from the players there from Port Kurdistan, I mean, they've got a very, very nice setup. But this western side is going to be where the action will be at. As we can see, that mass migration of teams pushing on forward and going absolutely crazy. 1 million also up in the mix. Going to be looking to find a bit of a position they can just look on, as GEEKAY is now playing a little bit of that GTA action here. PUBG GTA, as we like to call it. But now GEEKAY finds that opportunity on towards Powerful, and that is going to be the door slammed in their face.
I was feeling more of a Mad Max action there than a GTA, if I'll be honest with you. But either way, it's action, which is what we want. And it's just going to get even worse, as we know a third of that zone, a third of that space available is all water. So there's not a lot of space to work with here, as we see that replay there from NIGMA Galaxy up against POWR. It was absolutely stacked. But 1 million here over towards the ridgeline, looking towards Titans and not having the best of times.
Oh, I mean, but we're having a great time though, right? Just looking at the absolute carnage just erupting all over the place. But I'm loving this position being held here by P6, right? An absolutely phenomenal vantage point to capitalize on. But this could also be quite the vulnerable angle if they're not too careful, especially looking at the position being held here by CONQUEROR Iraq. Expecting a lot of that flexing come through now, but P6 trying to reach up into 1 million. They want to lock in those eliminations. And Venom and Senkei now just dancing around in the smoke on their knees, trying to avoid those hits.
Yeah, there's not much that they can do. Hopefully Lazy Boy can go in for the res, but it is going to be a tough time. Now we can see CONQUEROR Iraq moving on into Titans. Axel alone for the moment, so we'll need to be very careful in a one-on-any sort of situation here. But at least P6, relatively close in contention, can jump in if needs be. Lazy Boy, their time is running out, unfortunately. Smoke is down, Senke is out in the open, so P6 just looking for that confirmation.
Yeah, I don't know if B6 is going to be finding that anytime soon, but we can see the aggression also starting to come on in as the teams continue to tread further and further in towards the zone. Twisted Mind and NASA up towards the north. R8 also looking for a bit of an opportunity to get that safety secured into the zone. But the fighting is not going to be stopping anytime soon, right? As we can see, 1 million and the players there from OOREDOO Thunder also now getting into a bit of an altercation. We got NASA reaching across, and then it was quite a bit of a reach. But here we have it, as Batika now tries to lock down the edge, and Gringo finds Dami with a beautiful buggy play.
Like you said, who needs guns, right, when you've got 4 wheels to bring on into the action? So over here towards the north, it is going to be fighting for control of this position as they move on closer and closer into the zone. And that zone shift, once again, just going to be centering up towards farm, really helping out for Kurdistan and their current position. But of course, Slime for KT and R8 will be joining them with that zone bless.
Yeah, but let's see who's going to be the ones who now be even more blessed, right? For Kurdistan going to be moving up into center zone. But look at Teak! Oh, they're going to be ripping Gaze right out of the vehicle, now trying to replicate that on towards Ragnar. And it's going to be a little bit of a race, right? Looking to see whether or not Hope can maybe restore some hope for the remainder of GEEKAY.
Teak? What's happening there? We're doing a little bit of a firing dance, but now it's going to be up to GEEKAY Esports here, up against for Kurdistan here for control of that center point of the zone. It is going to be a tough battle because for Kurdistan absolutely set up with that hard cover currently, and will be looking to just keep that defensive line up.
Well, a lot of defenses still need to come on through, right? As we know, at this point, nothing is secured just yet, but it's going to be NIGMA now trying to make a bit of a play. Got them pretty close to center zone, and they are just looking on as there's absolute carnage all over the place. As we can see, Hope now experiencing a few of those nades getting sent up to their face. Falcons also trying to get themselves situated, but now Lord taking so much damage, and it is going to be third party upon third party upon third party.
The nades are popping on off, and Yusuf just narrowly escaping that elimination there. So we'll have to wait to see if NIGMA Galaxy can find the mark, if they can find those eliminations onto Falcons. Never Alone going down, and Hamwa Modi is just sending on nade after nade after nade.
Well, I mean, I don't think it is going to be stopping anytime soon. As you can see now, the pressure just starting to mount even more. Falcons trying to find a bit of an approach to play out here. So several teams not yet within the zone. And I mean, it's already pretty brutal. Just now think when all 15 teams are situated within. We've got Gante going for a little bit of a swim out in the water. Not quite sure what that is. But either which way, the rest of the teams are going to be looking now to get their positions within the zone under lockdown. Falcons, yeah, it's looking pretty tough for them.
Yeah, out in the ridge line. I mean, we saw this happening with NIGMA Galaxy previously on Erangel. Now the tables, well, they've turned a little bit. P6 up here in the tower, unfortunately. Noctique running for their life, trying to stay alive in the situation because Kalaga is just applying the pressure. And now Axel needs to reposition to try and help out their teammates. This is going to be a tough time for Titans to get out of.
Well, let's see just how tough this time is going to be for them. Punch is still going to be a holding back, as we can see way off in the distance here. But CONQUEROR Iraq now trying to just secure at least the edge of zone. We got Groza and Galaga set up, looking for those opportunities, those angles. So you can see quite a bit of information gathering being brought through here. But what are they now going to do with all of that, right? Once they start moving in, it is going to be the players there from OOREDOO Thunder just to hit those plays in their direction. But now Twisted just going to be just circling around, almost like vultures, right? Maybe trying to taunt out the players there from UMBRA.
Opportunities lying in wait for Kurdistan, of course, down in the center zone still, and feeling pretty good about their current position. But of course, we know a few of those surrounding teams trying to take control. Lazy Boy out in the water, as well as Kante there from POWR, trying to keep the banner alive. I'm sorry, Kante, just as I mentioned you, unfortunately, you go out. So now we will be taking a look at our final few teams trying to stay alive. And OOREDOO Thunders, oh, what a zone bless.
Yeah, that zone really being quite favorable here. But now, right, the rest of the teams not being so favored, as is quite a bit of a congestion still found on the edges of the zone. I mean, the western side, we will continue to look on as the players here from Titan and CONQUEROR Iraq try to find some form of resolution and maybe, hopefully, a bit of a rotational pathway to secure some form of an angle. But I'm quite especially interested to see what is going to be happening towards that northeastern side, right? With Twisted Minds, UMBRA, R8, Slime 4KT, NIGMA Galaxy, Falcons, as well as GEEKAY still having to try and make a bit of a play. Of course, Twisted Minds now are going to be reduced down to only 2.
Oh, it is a tough time here in UMBRA. Oh, just trying to get out, but Shadowin will be caught out here by Ida 7. So now this is an opportunity for R8 just to get that confirmation. And there it is. UMBRA will be sent on back, but Slime looking for that revenge play.
Well, I mean, revenge is the dish best served cold. And let's see just how cold and frigid it will be. Of course, now R8 looking to just find that a bit of an opportunity, but NIGMA Galaxy are going to be making it quite difficult for them to find a good, successful approach. And now Freak going to be cooking up a few of those nades, looking to send them a very warm welcome. But R8, they have a different plan in mind, right? They're now going to try and ride out that ridge line, but I'm loving this very steady angle as NIGMA Galaxy trying to just utilize as much of this position. But out comes Prestige. Nade in hand, sends it out. Could that find the angle on towards Lord? Oh, fortunately, Lord is just a little bit too far away. Meanwhile, it's going to be OOREDOO Thunder now rushing forward on towards the side there of NASR, as we can see those knocks just starting to come through in that feed, and it looks like absolute carnage once again.
Oh, NASR picking it on up, but now it's R8 looking for this confirmation on towards NIGMA Galaxy. Raouf out to the open is going to get quite a few hits in, but now it's going to be R8 looking for this crossfire, trying to stay alive, but Freak doing the justice, and oh!
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. That is hella tough, but well done to R8 Esports for stepping up and now rising to 8 eliminations to their name, the highest that we've seen so far in this match, in a very well-deserved position indeed. But now Titan Gaming are going to continue their efforts on towards CONQUEROR Iraq, as we can see that relentless altercation still ongoing. But now R8 riding high in adrenaline, looking to get themselves set up within this next phase.
Oh, and this next phase will be quite a bit of an interesting one as we wait to see how that shift will go. GEEKAY Esports, in the meanwhile, gets sent on back, and once again, OOREDOO Thunders, they are going to be zone blessed. So you can see why Slime is trying to fight for controlling position within the zone.
Oh, that is OOREDOO Thunder just rolling through with the hits and finding Slime 4KT, sending them on their merry way. But now 7 teams remain. As we can see, Virtual Gaming down to 1. Twisted Minds down to 1. Titans, R8, still rocking those 3 players on either side. And where's this one got to go? OOREDOO Thunder, the first team to get themselves situated within that zone, coming through from that southern side and leaving the teams to the north to kind of resolve their madness between themselves.
Yeah, just work it out between yourselves, okay? We don't have time for it right now, but what we do have time for are these insane nades getting sent down out by R8, looking for Ragnarok, looking to take that 7th team out of the board. And now we'll have to wait and see if they will be able to survive while the rest of the teams move on into that zone.
Oh, definitely a very, very challenging position to fall into. As we can see, the only compounds available here is on the side of OOREDOO, but look at the spray down as R8 just welcome Titan Gaming in with open barrels, applying quite a bit of a dent to the team. And now 5 teams remain, right? R8 quickly trying to just piece themselves back together, get those health bars back into contention. CONQUEROR Iraq still alive, going to be holding on to that very western side. Well, I said that too early, and down they go. Up comes R8 now rushing forward onto the side here for Kurdistan, but Golden Anaconda looking to swing on in as well, bringing in the cavalry, the reinforcements, and it is an absolute relentless fight now between R8, and that is going to be full Kurdistan securing the wipe on R8.
But for how much longer? There is a turnaround there on towards Twisted Minds, but for Kurdistan, they need to recover their losses. It's all up to them and OOREDOO Thunders.
Oh, this is going to be quite the face-off, right? It's going to be for Kurdistan and OOREDOO Thunders toe-to-toe, but OOREDOO Thunders sitting on 14 eliminations, 1 away from a potential 30 bomb to come through, and that will be our very first 30 bomb to drop right here in the MEA Championships. But let's see. Oh, what a nade. What a nade. I don't know who caused that, but that was amazing. Please don't do that again, but it looks amazing.
But of course, it is for Kurdistan now that need to recover their losses. They need to get the res onto Legend. They need to get set up because OOREDOO Thunders are just moments away from taking that trigger, from taking that plunge and heading into their direction.
Well, let's see where this one goes. We got a little bit of that care package coming in. But now for Kurdistan, trying to utilize the compounds. They got quite a bit of hard cover, but they don't have a secured angle within zone, and that's not going to bother Hassan as they can reach in with the nade, getting ready for the push. Hassan now creeping a little bit closer. Two players from for Kurdistan standing between them and that potential winner chicken dinner. Could be that second one already today. Now, for Kurdistan, have quite a bit of work to do. It's going to be a 3v3 face-off. Now, Anaconda about to get res. That nade not finding the position. Legend, Golden Anaconda going to try and lock it in and maybe secure for Kurdistan's second chicken.
Going to come on through. A little bit of a relocation has to come here. Hassan has been looking for those nades, but unfortunately they haven't found their marker. And now they need to focus on the zone. They need to get them set up. They need to force for Kurdistan into their crosshairs.
Well, this is going to be that opportunity, that golden opportunity to do exactly that. Still got a minute and a bit of change left on the clock before that zone starts moving forward. But Anaconda will get spotted out. Smoker then also falls. Now Hassan tries to reach on through. Finds a bit of an angle on towards Golden, laying quite a bit of damage up in towards them. But Legend now with a quicker retreat, moving forward, showing the aggression, quickly having to drop down, and off they go. Now Golden, the final player, standing between OOREDOO Thunder and that potential winner chicken dinner. This could be their second winner chicken dinner, and indeed it is. OOREDOO Thunder walk away victorious, locking in even more crazy chickens.
And I think that was our first 30 bomb of this entire week. So massive, massive opportunity here for OOREDOO Thunder to finally set the record straight.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, OOREDOO, they picked up the very first chicken off today. Now, they pick up the chicken once again when we return over to Erangel. So what an aggressive showing this is. So regardless of where the zone goes, right? OOREDOO is just like, you know what? The chicken's got our name on it. Let's go out. Let's go grab it and own it. And man, they stepped up and they did exactly that. But it was, again, a super aggressive performance coming in from all the teams in the lobby.
Absolutely, and OOREDOO Thunder definitely looking to make themselves the kings of Erangel. So a massive setup, but as we go and we process things in our short break, we'll leave you with just a few moments, a few timer, get your popcorn, get ready for the next.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Noosa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage, and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be a great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile MEA Championship for Fall 2022. Insane action once again as the teams really look to just dial up the aggression, right? OOREDOO Thunder is coming in with an absolutely phenomenal performance once again. Just looking, as you said already, as like to showcase that they are the owners of Erangel, or at least for today. So, you know, it's yet to be seen whether or not anyone is going to be able to dethrone them. But as we know, our 3 winner chicken dinners so far have gone to, well, OOREDOO picking up 2 and Slime4KT picking the 1 up over on towards Miramar. Next up, of course, is going to be a little bit of that Sanhok action. So it is going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will be doing in those close quarter altercations. But before we get anywhere near those, right, of course, we need to still have a bit of a look and see, you know, how awesome our sponsors are, right? So a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And as we know, right, we also have our lovely Autumnal Treasure ongoing as well. And then you can reach that from within game. So be sure to complete your daily missions to get some pine cones. Now, you get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees you a reward. The items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool, and they will not be repeated. The UC costs do, however, increase with each draw. Now, the Autumnal Treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC values, and the event rewards are sent via mail in-game. So remember to collect them, and don't forget. So Ez, if you go for that lovely backpack, that little nutty one, right?
Hey.
Click the red button, right? The red dot, follow that, and claim your prize.
They irritate me. If they're there, I need to open them. It's like an addiction. But of course, we need to know what these teams, what these viewers are thinking. You know, if you want to, you can go and open the survey that is on the YouTube chat. There's a little link right at the top that you can click and go give a few answers to let us know what you're thinking about the PNPLs, especially the Middle East and Africa champs, what you think we could improve on, you know, in terms of the casters, in terms of the production. Maybe there's a few more stats that you want to see. Let us know. We really want to get your thoughts and ideas so we can make sure that the next PNPL is as good as we could ever make it.
Yeah, so really looking forward to all the feedback coming through from our amazing viewers. But as we know, we are also then getting that much closer to seeing what the match rankings are, what the point situation is, where the teams find themselves, and of course, you know, what's going to happen next. As we know, the OOREDOO Thunders, they just rolling through with the punches, locking in 2 winner chicken dinners, our very first 30 bomb right here in the MEA Championship.
Oh, it's finally happened, DK. We were waiting for it yesterday. You were asking for it. Who's going to be the first team to pick up that 30 bomb? And it is none other than OOREDOO Thunders, who already started off the day with a winner chicken dinner. So they are definitely looking to absolutely jump over the competition on those overall standings.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to claw their way up to the top, and what a great way that is indeed. But, well, we have to look at that second page as well to see what the point situation is, to see where the teams find themselves. And, of course, still a very healthy distribution of points, right? For the first time also today, we see a team not being able to find any points. But, you know, it was bound to happen at some point, and unfortunately it happened to Seoul Esports.
There's still an opportunity as we come back into our next map, but of course we have to take a look at the overall standings to see how this might have changed the current standings, and if OOREDOO Thunders have made a massive statement. And look at that, sitting on 5th place with 88 points currently, but Twisted Minds will be the first team to reach that century.
Yeah, well done indeed to Twisted Minds. I mean, a century is quite impressive to see, but as we know, right, POWR Esports, GEEKAY Esports, as well as R8 Esports, so close to that. Only one match could change all of that up entirely. But of course, as we now look a little bit further on, we see OOREDOO Thunders also now improving their position. Their Slime still hard on their heels, now 7 points rather away from them, with the addition of For Kurdistan and Seoul Esports also then closing up that 7th and 8th position.
It's looking good, it's looking contentious, and that's what we want to see in the MEA champs. So as we take a look at the second page, we know 74 is the marker if you want to get yourself on this first page, and currently the best teams in contention for that is none other than Team UMBRA and 1 million. Very close to that, just about 11 points away for Team UMBRA, and a few more, just adding 10 onto that for 1 million. So they're close, but there is a little bit of that gap starting to build, so there is some catch-up that needs to be done, especially when we move into Sanhok, an opportunity for close-quarter combat that will allow, hopefully, most of the teams to pick up a few extra eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to do exactly that when stepping out into Sanhok. You know, as you've said, that close-quarter combination could be exactly what these teams need to do exactly that. So it's going to be quite exciting, but as we've seen also, when stepping up into Sanhok, a map that you would expect to go extremely quickly, usually these teams have the ability to slow it right on down, but we are not going to be slowing down, as instead we are going to be hopping into the game to see what that flight path is going to be bringing on through, where that first initial zone is going to be forming, and what these teams are then going to be looking to do. So let's hop on over and see exactly what that is.
Okay, this is a little bit of a change up. So heading on in, we do see a little bit of that kampong action right at the end. A little bit of cave over to the east. So yeah, what a very interesting northeastern side flight path.
Yeah, quite an interesting one indeed. But as we know, wait to see what is going to be happening. The teams looking to get themselves situated, right? Flight path Sanhok, not all too essential. We're waiting for the kicker to come through this first initial zone. Who will be taking it and where will it go? Yesterday we had we had a beautiful setup towards Trifecta, and this time around, I mean, it's leaning a little bit more towards the south, but still, of course, being pretty widespread across the majority of the map.
I think it would absolutely be sick if we end up with a cave finish. Can you imagine the chaos that would ensue from a cave finish? We've seen it before once or twice in PNPL Africa, but Whew, it could just be so spicy. It could be so spicy. But of course, as we take a look at it, it's going to come down to those drop sites. We are seeing a little bit of action there between Virtual Gaming and R8. They're very close to one another, but we'll keep an eye out on those elimination fees to see if anything is going to come from this.
Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye to see what the teams are going to be doing and where they're going to be moving towards. But as we know, right, a lot is up for grabs here. And already we are going to be starting off with R8 and Virtual Gaming in pretty close positioning towards each other. But are we going to see that showdown? Because we've had teams hot dropping, but, you know, we didn't have enough happening from that. So maybe it's all going to be changing up today.
I was watching for Seoul Esports and Titans once again to see if you were going to see that crazy action there towards Ruins. And unexpectedly, Titans are still within Ruins, but Seoul Esports have opted for that bridge play, so they're close. But they're not going to be jumping into any hot action just yet. And as we take a look here at R8, it looks like they have disengaged there from Paradise. They do not want to take that early engagement with Virtual Gaming, rather opting for some of the smaller compounds in and around that area, and getting themselves looted up will be the plan here, which is great to see. Again, we love that early action, but it already adds so much chaos to a map that is inherently chaotic in terms of those close quarter combats. It really doesn't allow the teams a lot of control, especially in the final moments, because, you know, third parties are just around the corner.
Oh yes, I mean, and everybody's looking for a party, right? This is not necessarily the kind of party that they would have had in mind, but you know what, either which way it could still suffice. But I mean, it's surprising to see that the teams are so well spread out throughout the entirety of Sanhok, right? There's nothing really looking too contentious, even though yes, we did have a little bit of that potential play towards Paradise. That is all now but resolved. We see the players from POWR also moving towards that edge of zone. R8, GEEKAY, yes, they are close, but I don't think close enough just yet.
Ironically, who is pretty close to POWR is just the sole member of Seoul, Raouf. Out in the drink, currently in the drink in Trifecta, taking a bit of a swim. The rest of Seoul Esports, as we know, are closer towards Ruins, so I'm not sure what happened there. Raouf just decided they're going to be a lone ranger today, and they wanted to swim, so they're busy with that, while the rest of the teams are busy taking a little bit of a trip here. Ooh, GK, Ragnar, what you doing out in the open? You can't be doing such things.
I mean, nothing wrong with, you know, just stepping it up, right? And that is what we want to have. But now there's going to be quite a bit of pressure coming through on towards Santa here, right? Looking to see if they can at least keep the defensive line pretty tight and under control. I mean, a very spread out approach coming through here from GK. But now this could be that opportunity for the players from R8 to try and capitalize, maybe sneak their way on through, and maybe this could mean a bit of a squad wipe coming in their favor.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as we take a look at a few of the other teams to see what their reactions are going to be to that, especially GK Esports. Are they actually going to return that favor to R8? Or for now, are they just going to keep hold of their position? Because as we know, they're currently within the zone here towards Bootcamp, the only team in Bootcamp. So they have an opportunity just to chill out. And we know POWR coming through from the north could be a threatening, idea as well. So they want to make sure that they are well covered. They have that defensive line, and they are going to be keeping those numbers in check. As we take a look at some of the other teams still making their rotations on out, Titans left to their own devices here towards Ruins, Seoul Esports. They haven't gone in for any action this time around, so Titans will finally have an opportunity to showcase what they have got in store for us on Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, we know a few of the moves coming through from the teams, especially on Sanhok, right? That one team in particular that we have towards the north, we know what their very likely rotation is going to be doing, what their strategy will also be. If you're not sure as to who we're referring to, we're talking about the players there from 1 million, of course. You know, they like those delayed rotations, especially on this map. But now, who's not delaying any rotations, right? Is going to be the players here from POWR. You can see Alhaje already moving up center, finding the angles, getting that shot. But now Aziz trying to bring in that extra bit of assistance. And D7 with a very quick answer to Santa's aggression.
Yeah, Santa just looking to give a few buzz cuts over here towards the POWR players. And D7 will do the exact same to Santa, making them drop down and focus on those medications, focus on those heals. So as you can see, the exact same happening here with Alhaje. And now an opportunity here for them to just reset themselves and get prepped. As we mentioned, they're coming through from the northern side of GK Esports, but we know to their southern position, it's R8. And they've already picked up one here from GK. So GK now feeling a little bit of the fire in their bellies here.
Yeah, I mean, that momentum's starting to build. But speaking about momentum, it is Twisted Minds in R8 now looking to get right down to business. Ragnarok coming in with that DBS, the double barrel shotty, and just, you know, instantly stopping the opposition in their tracks. Esketon also going to be falling there as Fidan steps up with a beautiful play. But now Ida trying to find a bit of a position to pull up in towards, right? To maybe just bring in and maybe consider a bit of that disengagement. But it's also going to come down to what Bandar is going to be bringing through with some form of fortification there as well.
And now with these eliminations that have come on through and the zone shifts, R8s, I don't think that they're going to be going for GK Esports anymore. Instead, need to focus on that longevity, keeping the R8 banner still in contention for some placements here on towards Sanhok. And the rest of the teams, especially towards that northern side, they now need to take those rotations. We can see Twisted Minds taking a fantastic position within the zone. Just on that hilltop is going to give them a massive line of sight advantage to the surrounding teams within the vicinity. And then they can really start to reach across and play a little bit with those long range engagements, as you can see here from NASR, unfortunately losing a member.
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable, right? That is what we are hoping to see. Teams losing members all over the place, but it is going to be UMBRA and Falcon just towards that eastern side now, continuing with their altercation. NASR and for Kurdistan are going to be looking on in admiration as, you know, there's teams out there locking in eliminations and they've not yet done exactly that.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not, but hey, there is an opportunity now for them to reset, and UMBRA definitely needs to do so. Those HP bars getting back up to where they need to. Powerful, just exchanging nades here with Shadowin, but neither will be going down just yet. They have an opportunity now just to take a deep breath and try and figure out how they can disengage or potentially take each other apart.
Well, let's see who's going to be taking who apart. It's going to be Never Alone to find Morteza. It's now all down to Shadowin and Carryboy. And Carryboy already taking quite a bit of damage there. Now just trying to potentially pull up in some kind of safety. But I'm loving the approach being held here by Falcons. Really showing up so aggressively. And Shadowin now still in such a difficult position. I mean, no clear line of sight. Carryboy there for a bit of that, you know, just morale, that support. But Falcons, they've got their eyes set on the prize. They want to get that squad wipe.
Absolutely, and now setting it up. Team UMBRA, they need to get themselves closer and closer to a better situation here. Falcons, they've been applying so much pressure, but at least they're not, well, Damar? There was a pan? How? Sorry, that one distracted me. But now they need to reset themselves. They need to get their numbers back up and they need to take Falcons on. Otherwise, that pressure is just going to continue. And we know those third parties are just around the corner.
Yeah, but what I'm appreciating here is the fact that UMBRA got the opportunity to get themselves reset, right? To get those health bars looking a little bit more optimal. I mean, Wasted is close, but no cigar just yet. But it is now going to be that opportunity for Falcons to try and continue with these efforts. I mean, they've got a good spread around the entirety of UMBRA, but now they need to utilize these positions and really try to capitalize on it. I mean, yes, it is still going to be quite a bit of a challenge for them, but we've seen both these teams be up for these kinds of challenges.
And as we take a look at it, powerful. Getting another nade ready and set for the action, but oh, just ready in time to catch that rotation coming through here from Team UMBRA. And now the setup has to be here. Powerful needs to find this connection.
Ooh, up comes Carryboy, sends out the nade. Good to see the one. No, instead it is Carryboy to be found out as Never Alone just reaches over that ridge and just says a good how do you do. Now comes the response from Powerful trying to close it up, but NASR also going to come creeping ever closer. So this whole position is just going to be thickening up. CONQUEROR Iraq also going to be moving ever closer, and this is where they really need to bring this altercation to some form of a conclusion.
Absolutely, we've got so many surrounding teams. Powerful going around the window looking for that connection, and oh, they take each other out. Now the rest of the squads need to jump on in. The teammates need to come for a recovery.
Yeah, and this is the danger of Sanhok, right? Make too much noise and you draw way too much unwanted attention to yourself. But Shadowin now trying to utilize the hard cover, trying to sneak the way on through, but the Mar is not going to be sitting back waiting for UMBRA to do exactly that. Instead, they are going to be looking to sneak on forward and get that confirmation. Shadowin is now going to try and bring in that res on towards Wasted, but this is going to be so important for UMBRA, right? They still have the opportunity here to get themselves back into contention and maybe put up a bit of a stopping force to the advances of Falcons.
Opportunity now for Depart to bring in that pan action once again and be an absolute threat, but you can see already it's going to be the M4 to bring the action, finding Shadow, and now just looking for Wasted. An opportunity here, Molly sent out. It's going to be all down to Wasted to stay alive and keep themselves in this.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, the rest of the Falcon team, of course, also then getting hit. So let's see what the showdown between Wasted and Damar is going to be bringing on through. Of course, we can see a little bit further north up towards Quarry. It is going to be POWR and the players there from Virtual Gaming getting into those altercations. Out goes the nades. Could this be the one? No. Damar getting so close, but Wasted so quick with the reactions there. Of course, able to rotate back towards Shadowin and potentially bring them back into the fight. Now, Damar using that sneak approach, inching their way on forward. This could be that opportunity. The shotty and play. Oh, it's Wasted to fall. Oh, and Shadowin with a beautiful drop shot stops them right there in their tracks.
Oh, what a turnaround. Not exactly what we expected from the Pan King himself, but either way, it was a very close and contentious fight. A 1v2, and oh, it literally came down to the wire. Shadowin's HP could not have been closer. But now, as we take a look at it, the things are hitting up. The teams are starting to really heat up the action here. 13 still alive as we move into the third phase. And as we know, there's not a lot of space available. And what I'm liking, DK, what I'm loving is the fact that Cave is still involved in that zone.
Yeah, so we've got a very happy Ez on the end there.
Oh,
And
yes.
of course, Alhaji also just going to be looking to just show in this beautiful replay what their gun skill is as POWR just step up and play such beautiful positions. But I mean, I'm still going to be looking at POWR to see whether or not they can actually get themselves positioned up towards that zone, right? There's still a little bit of ground to cover, but fortunately for them, this northern territory is relatively vacant, so they're not going to be facing too much opposition moving in.
No, there's hopefully no further contention, but we'll have to wait and see what the rest of the surrounding teams will say about that. I am a little bit worried about GK Esports and Twisted Minds. Well, not worried, but I'm waiting in anticipation for them to find one another. Moving on in from that northwestern side, we can see GK just on the other end of that ridgeline, but Twisted close to the 2-2 split here, right alongside that river line. So an opportunity for them to potentially get involved as we wait and see how these teams will be navigating the zone.
Well, we'll be finding out pretty soon just what that navigation will bring on in indeed. But as we can see, still a lot of that edge positioning being held, right? Only a few teams taking the plunge, looking to get themselves situated much closer towards center zone. But that next shift takes us all the way to the western side. Now looking absolutely favorable for the side there of NIGMA Galaxy. And of course, for Kurdistan, right? Not in the worst position either. Yes, they are on the edge of the waterway there. And it is not the easiest place to hide, but they do have a little bit of that gatekeeping potential working in their favor as well.
I'm sad. We've just cut Cave out of the options here, so it's all right. My heart will bleed, but Twisted Minds, also, they will bleed a few of those numbers. Unfortunately, now losing one here over towards GK Esports, and are looking to recover their losses over with potentially taking Gaith out of the picture. But as we wait, GK Esports will be surrounding themselves, will be recovering the situation, trying to get into some hard cover and getting closer and closer towards that zone is going to be very tough. We can already see POWR just making sure that this rotation is going to be so challenging.
Yeah, and there's quite a few challenges still up ahead. But now Santa looking to just make their way on through, looking for a bit of an angle to play. They still got quite a bit of ground to cover. We can see them on that northern approach. But I'm loving the position being held there by Omar from Seoul, right? Just on the very edge of that. And now we can see Raouf off in the distance, slowly bleeding out. Zeke looking for a bit of an opportunity. The cleaning squad, right? Trying to find whatever victims they can get up ahead. And I mean, Twisted Minds having quite a less than favorable approach, right? Several heads being sent up in their directions. And this is where things just continue to get even more challenging.
No, it's not going to stop, DK. It's not going to stop because that zone is getting tinier and tinier. Already we're seeing Twisted Minds getting sent back into the lobby. But that means that we're finally in placement point territory. So all of the teams that are going to be going out now at least will take 1 to placements. But we know that's not enough. They want more. We've got 1 million camping just alongside that bridge line. Not looking too great with the knocks coming on through. And our CONQUEROR is actually finding NASR over towards the eastern side.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, look at these positions, right? NASR trying to creep in on that edge, but now POWR taking full angle towards the players here on the side of GEEKAY. Oh, Golden just trying to inch their way forward, trying to capitalize on that surprise element. But I'm loving the aggression and the confidence being shown here by D7, right? Just moving up so phenomenally and just shooting at everything that moves around them.
Oh, let's take a look at this. Titans moving on in now, finding a little bit of action there towards GEEKAY, and Soul also now bullying GEEKAY. Now Kurdistan's also bullying GEEKAY. What's happening? Every single team is just taking a part of GEEKAY Esports.
Well, I mean, that is kind of what we were expecting to see at some point. Also, we can see 1 million experiencing a little bit of pressure there. But yeah, Santa is going to be positioned out in that blue zone. Slime still looking absolutely golden, holding on towards that more western position alongside the players there from NIGMA Galaxy. But now comes the push, right? POWR taking aim towards the players here from NASR. Finds a bit of an opportunity. But both these teams still need to focus on getting themselves situated up towards that zone. As the zone now only leaves them with 30 seconds or even less on the clock before the blue starts moving up again.
NASR now in a bit of a pickle here. Only 1 member left alive, now trying to make the very dangerous dash up into the zone. And now, of course, POWR, just to add a little bit of a cherry on top, is going to send a couple nades their way. I don't even know how they're going to be getting out of this one, DK.
Yeah, I mean, Ali, this could be the end, right? But sends out a bit of a nade. Oh, POWR with a full send. It is going to be a good response being sent out. But POWR now just finding the more favorable angle, and that is going to be the end. Now, 11 rather remain, so we can see the teams now still fighting for contention within that zone. It's going to be Slime, absolutely blessed with their position, but POWR now getting punished as they too get caught out in the blue as well as out in the open.
Oh, run into that zone. Try and just avoid all of the bullets being thrown your way here by NIGMA Galaxy, of course, as they're trying to hold the line, making sure that not a lot of teams will be able to get themselves situated safely within the zone. 1 million just on the edge of getting themselves set up, but of course, so many teams in and around the vicinity. But now they have an opportunity to take a part for Kurdistan here, who are trying to make that swim across. If 1 million can get themselves situated, the duo can really pick up a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, there could be quite a bit of carnage now just around the corner, but it's going to be OOREDOO Thunder pushing in from the southern position. Hamco getting spotted, found out, and down they go. NIGMA Galaxy now looking to lay it on pretty thick, but Slime also up in contention. It is absolute carnage towards the south. The zone, of course, doing its thing, moving up north. OOREDOO now trying to fend off the advances here from NIGMA Galaxy. Smoker sends it out, finds a great hit right on towards Freak, and that is now going to be down to Rauf, the final contender for the side of NIGMA. Let's see, are they going to be able to get these hits? And it is such a challenging position. Slime adding onto the pressure, also bringing in the barrage of utility, and this is a three-way fight, at least for the southern edge of zone.
A three-way fight on the outskirts of the zone. All of these teams still need to get themselves in that new phase that is currently blessing Titans. So the longer they waste time here, the more pressure is going to be applied, and potentially Titans could even turn around and take the remainder of these teams out.
Yep, that is definitely a possibility, but let's see where this will go. As we can see now, Plaza trying to play the opportunity on towards Osama there. It is going to be the players from Kurdistan to get sent off next, as Golden didn't survive that blue zone, but Osama gets found out by Plaza. Great connections being made, and now Koa also just pushing in, and this is going to be Slime with the zone hot on their heels. That blue zone pushing up, and of course, the OOREDOO Thunders still have someone in contention, but it's not all over just yet.
No, it's not going to be anytime soon. 9 teams still available in these finals moments, and Titans now trying to pick apart Slime 4KT, who was just trying to get into the zone, man.
Yeah, well, they're going to be trying, but I mean, Titans, they have a good answer for that, as we can see quite a bit of aggression being shown here by Axa. They do find Storm, and off they are. Goa right there alongside them. Still a very vulnerable position, but up comes Punch now looking to lay it on thick. Cooks up the nade. Off it goes. Could this be the one? Yes! Finds the damage on towards Storm. Goa also not looking too great. And now this is Titans looking to rise to the occasion.
E6 in the zone, just happy and waiting for the rest of their team to clean up the competition here. Slime is out in a very difficult situation here. The heal-off strats have to come on through here for Plaza, and hopefully they can keep Slime available and alive to pick up some good placements. But it is looking like a Titan win on Sanhok.
Yeah, well, Titans sitting with those 8 eliminations to their name. The team that has the zone under lockdown. The rest of the players, all those stragglers, of course, all out in the blue, right? So we've got a beautiful variety of players now trying to just survive. It is going to be UMBRA to fall next, so down to 4. GEEKAY also getting taken out in that 5th position. It is going to be a very, very close situation here. We still have Reva alive coming through for the side there of Conqueror Iraq. We've got the Dr. Senkei, as I saw in the chat, also still holding on strong, doing the 1 million thing, as we've seen them, of course, bring in time and time again. Slime also still having a player in the mix. That, of course, is Plaza, very close to the edge of zone. So aside from what we have currently on screen, right, 3 players out in the blue, a full squad holding on to zone, and Senkei not able to beat that blue zone as they get sent out in 4th place. We got the players there from Conquer Iraq, just holding on, trying to get them that 3rd position, potentially maybe 2nd. But where is it going to go? I mean, this could be it. Plaza, the final player, standing between Titan Gaming and that winner chicken dinner. Still 6 more minutes to go. Let's see. I mean, as we know, this is pretty much secured for Titan Gaming, sitting with the 8 eliminations, locking in those 15 points, putting them on a beautiful 27 pointers. It is going to be Puncher to now fall to the blue zone, going for a bit of an exploratory mission. Not finding Plaza just yet. But will Titan find hit number 9? Could this be the play? Come on. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that I don't think Titan is going to be able to find Plaza just yet. But let's see, right? Plaza is going to run out of meds. Yep, they are going to run out of health as well. Let's see where it takes them. Yep. Ooh, wow. A little bit of an attempt being brought through there by Plaza. And, of course, a glorious winner chicken dinner going straight out to the players there from Titan Gaming. I mean, Slime really trying to survive. But, you know, the blue zone just being as deadly and devastating as it always is. So well done to Titan Gaming, locking in an absolutely glorious performance. But as we know, of course, you know, being the tradition that it is, we are going to be hopping into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few moments.
Let's go. I'm designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Noosa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage, and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be a great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time!
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Championship. I mean, so far it has been absolutely insane. A lot of action coming through over on Sanhok once again, with the teams rising to the occasion and bringing in some really glorious victories. Of course, Titan Gaming locking in that winner chicken dinner, bringing out some really formidable numbers into that final phase.
Yeah, my nose is so excited that there's another PMPL Africa team that's grabbing the winner chicken dinner that it sent me to the bathroom with bloody nose. You know, I had that anime moment. I was just like, damn, too much action for me to handle. So that's why we have a quick wardrobe change, and now we're ready for the next two maps.
Yeah, well, we always need to be at the ready, and of course, as we know, it has been an absolutely exciting day once again. Still, as you've mentioned, two more maps to go, a little bit of that Erangel and Miramar action. But of course, we also have a few highlights that are about to make their way on through. We've got so many things that are yet to come, so I actually cannot wait to see what the rest of the day still has in store for us.
No, absolutely. The action has been jam-packed, and we've only had 4 matches so far. So now, as we take a look at it, please keep in mind that if you do have some time available, especially now while we're talking, you can go ahead and click the link in the YouTube chat and complete the survey to let us know your thoughts and see how we can improve the next PMPLs upcoming. So please, give us your thoughts. We need to know what you think.
Yeah, really looking forward to getting that feedback. But of course, as we know, right, as I've mentioned, the highlights not too far away, so let's jump straight on in and see what they are. All right, so some pretty crazy plays coming through from these teams once again. Now that we've seen a beautiful reminder of the action out on Sanhok, we need to take a look and see what those match rankings are, how many points the teams were able to secure, and then, of course, we are going to be taking a look at the overall as well. But Titan Gaming locking in those 23 points with the 8 eliminations and the glorious winner chicken dinner.
Oh, it's so good to see a different set of teams rising to the occasion. And we mentioned this is the first time the Titans got to showcase what they have got in store for us on Sanhok, because we know yesterday it was Seoul Esports taking them out so early on, but they definitely came back with an absolute vengeance to make sure that they were going to be the team on top, rising to the occasion, and I love to see it. But of course, there are a few more eliminations on the screen. OOREDOO Thunders and POWR Esports picking up 6 eliminations respectively. A fantastic effort from the rest as well with regards to placements and eliminations, as we take a look at the second page to see if there were any trips to the bakery.
Yeah, that is going to be the interesting one. The answer to that is no. Not only did all the points secure, all the teams rather secure points, or all the points secure teams. Sure, DK. But as you can see, the minimum for this match is 2. So every team walking away with at least a minimum of 2 points to their name. So a really healthy approach and a very comfortable play coming through on towards Sanhok.
Love to see it. But of course, we know there's a few changes that are going to happen as a result of these amazing points, and that will be over onto the overall standings as we take a look at them and see if there's been any sort of, crazy changes that have come on through. So far, we still have Twisted Minds and POWR Esports alongside GEEKAY Esports, our 3 top teams from the beginning of today, still powering on through at the top with those triple digits.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds just holding on by a slither, but as we see, of course, POWR GEEKAY joining them up in the century. OOREDOO Thunders also making quite a few moves, right? They were in 5th place before the start of this game. Now they find themselves situated up in towards 4th. So a great advance coming in here. Also loving those winner chicken dinners sitting pretty much on this first page. But as we know, we also then need to take a bit of a look and see what that second page situation is. As we know, first page, very contentious. 8th place, of course, sitting on 77. But Titan Gaming now moving all the way up towards where we see them up in 9th place. Of course, we know they started off the match in 13th. So that winner chicken dinner really doing some magic for them.
Oh, I love to see these massive leaps of action. The team's really showcasing the action and the hard work that they've been putting in to get them into these relative positions. But of course, now that they've started, they need to continue that, and that's going to go for every single team that has these massive games. That consistency needs to follow through if they want to have an opportunity to climb the ranks even further, and that has to happen, especially if you are looking at those PMGC slots. If you are looking at getting a crazier share of that prize pool, then you need to get yourself closer and closer to that top 3 placement. And for Titans, the road's only starting here.
Yeah, well, there's still going to be a lot of work to come through, as we know. 2 matches to go, and of course, we are going back right over towards Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing. Yesterday, as you are hoping to see something towards Ferry Pier, right? Round about this point is where you were asking for Ferry Pier, right? But we'll see what that flight path has in store and where that zone is going to be going. Of course, we know the plane is at the ready. Everyone's buckled up. The parachutes have been loaded in. And this time around, we get to see where the flight path is going to be going, where that next exciting zone will be taking our teams, and what carnage will ensue from that point. We know the last Erangel finished a little bit closer towards that more centered portion of the zone. But who knows, maybe it could have even more surprises for us as we jump into our very last one for today. Here we are, Erangel, the flight path. Starting up north, we got the lovely shooting range as well as Saverny down below. And that only means that we are looking a little bit more at a western flight path coming in.
Alright, so a little bit of an opportunity here for the teams that really do like those dodgeable containers. So I'm thinking about 1 million. I'm thinking about Twisted Minds over towards Hospital that have an immediate drop down into the action. And of course, Virtual Gaming over towards Saverny will be able to get themselves set up and situated sooner rather than later. But of course, for a few of our fantastic teams that love that eastern portion, man, what a trip they need to make.
Oh yes, as we know, nothing's going to stop a little bit of that vehicle rotation to come through. But I mean, looking at our rankings that we've got on the left-hand side, we still want to see NASR pop off, right? This could be that opportunity for them to do exactly that. I mean, 27 points to their name. That's not something that we used to seeing, right? NASR in 27, that really doesn't make sense to me. But who knows? Maybe this Erangel could be the one in which we see them really look to bring in the necessary changes to bring in that dominating performance alongside it as well.
Absolutely. So now as the teams are making their rotations on through, like we said, those eastern teams, those teams that really do favor those eastern portions of the map, are going to have a little bit of a longer trip to get themselves situated, but there is still a very good opportunity for them because that zone is really going to just give them a helping hand, you know, a pat on the back for their long trip in.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be quite rewarding to them indeed. But again, I mean, we love to see a non-complimentary zone making its way on through. It does now result in the teams having to do that extra little bit of hard work to get themselves situated. But of course, speaking about hard work, right? Damar opting for a little bit of hard work of their own is going to come through with the pistol, and the accuracy, absolutely amazing. But Koa's, because, you know, going to go, you know what, that's fine. You might hit me with a pistol, but I can get myself out of this vehicle.
Oh, yes, no. So Damar is going to be running on through. No pan this time to work with, which hurts my feelings. But hey, we'll be closing this one up just with a quick few pistol shots. So at least they will be picking up a little bit of revenge there towards Slime4KT. And taking Koa off the board is going to be quite a bit of a knock here for Slime4KT. We know what Koa is capable of, and the fact that they have to start this with 3 players is a little bit annoying, but it is not over for Slime4KT, right? They still have those 3 players up. They still have an opportunity to take this further.
Yeah, I mean, it does bring in, it's a little bit of discomfort, but it's not going to be the worst thing. That, you know, it could have been far, far worse. It could have been a very early elimination for the entire team. So, fortunately, they still are going to be continuing to roll back in towards the Yasnaya Poliana position that we know them to move in towards, and going about their loot business. We do, of course, have the players there from Falcons also trying to head in that exact same direction. But as we look down south, right, NASR looking to change up the approach. They, of course, joining the players here from OOREDOO Thunder on towards the Sosnovka military island.
As you take a look at this one, there's a massive opportunity now just to set the record straight, right? OOREDOO Thunders, we know that they are the reigning champions of the military base island. They've been the only residents, and now they need to defend their territory. Now they need to make a statement saying, listen, don't come back, all right? This is our military base island. You can stay off. And they're going to have to do this against NASR. And as we know, for NASR, it is a massive, massive opportunity for them. Any engagement they take from this point onwards is going to be huge opportunities for them to climb the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, like, NASR definitely need to try and find any potential opportunity because, I mean, as I said before, 27 points is not what we want to see. You want to see a little bit more. I mean, as we look at the top of the screen, we can see all these amazing scores being brought on through. And, of course, in case you missed Koa, here's Koa again, showing us how to hit the, you know, the seatbelt button and get yourself out of the vehicle. There we go. But unfortunately, that was the end of Koa. And now, as we continue to move back towards the players here from OOREDOO Thunder, they've already been showing some great progression coming through today, right? We know they've got those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners already. The first 2 chickens on Erangel, and now on the third Erangel, the final Erangel of the day, we're going to be looking to see whether or not they can replicate it for a 3rd time.
Oh, yes. Let's bring in the action here because, again, now, you know, they're trying to make all of these statements. They need to make sure that they're the champions of the military base island. They need to make sure that they're the champions of Erangel. So, a lot of pressure on the OOREDOO Thunder's shoulders, but I think they can make it. I think they have what it takes, and it would be very, very interesting to see if we could finally crown the first king of Erangel here over towards the MEA champs. But as we take a look at some of these rotations that are happening, UMBRA, of course, just disengaging there from GEEKAY Esports, taking a little bit of a closer work around there towards Potato Hill, but we'll be potentially continuing down to what we saw the previous position being those closer ridge lines there, just on the outskirts of farm. Potentially they can set themselves there up again because it is still within zone, and it is a good opportunity for them to take a closer jump into the next phase.
Well, let's see where they're going to be going. We definitely did see that Sandstorm said that they predict that OOREDOO Thunder could be taking the winner-winner chicken dinner here. So we'll see how accurate those predictions could be. Of course, you know, if you're watching, also let us know. Who do you think is going to be taking this one? Do you think it is going to be OOREDOO Thunder to replicate those efforts while we wait to see what the teams are going to be bringing through? POWR going for a bit of that 2-2 split. We got Al Hajj and D7, of course, right here on the front lines, positioned within the zone. And then Kante and Aziz still to find a bit of a position, maybe going to be coming up with that reinforcements a little bit later on. As we look back in towards the zone, then it is UMBRA and potentially Conquer Iraq getting ready for a bit of an altercation.
Yeah, but Conquerors, they will just hopefully be taking the road out of there, depending on how this his driving skills will be coming to fruition here. Kalaga and Reva just trying to get out of the situation, and seems like they will be able to do so, taking an approach closer and closer towards that center zone, potentially trying to get themselves set up. But of course we know there's a few teams in the vicinity that they could be facing, so they do need to be pretty cautious, especially if they continue on this path they could be finding for Kurdistan.
Yep, they could be finding them, but we don't know whether or not they will. I think they might maybe be focusing a little bit more towards the centralized kind of setup. I think this compound especially, right, it's also quite a favorable one when we're in a zone like we are currently. But if we look slightly to the western side, it is going to be a bit of a race, right? We got NIGMA, Galaxy, UMBRA, as well as POWR, still trying to fight for a bit of that contention. Coming in, we can see that play coming through for Potato Hill, and now NIGMA holding on to the first compound, the more easterly one. But, I mean, UMBRA not too far away either.
No, there's a good opportunity in and around the map just to jump on in with some early action, maybe picking up a few of those earlier eliminations. As we know, we've only had one so far, and it's gone to the lovely team there of Team Falcons. So the rest of the teams, they need to start catching up on those numbers, maybe setting themselves up with a good foundation leading on into the later phases of Erangel. But still, the focus right now is just about those rotations. As the zone is starting to close on up, all of the teams outside of the zone, especially OOREDOO Thunders and NASR there towards the military base island, need to make a rotation in. My only concern for them is that eastern bridge. As we know, just on the other end, on the main island, it is Titans holding control of that eastern bridge for the time being.
Yeah, but I mean, Titans are quite spread out for the time being. So we also then see Peak just moving themselves a slight bit further towards the north. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they are going to be holding up a variable position towards that bridge. Of course, it will be revealed as the teams start to commit to those rotations. But we could either see OOREDOO Thunder and NASR find each other when they commit towards that bridge. I think that's going to be the easiest and the swiftest way to get themselves situated back on towards that main island. But the main decider is going to be this next zone shift. You can see the teams starting to move up in anticipation of where the zone could be leading them, but not overly committing. Unfortunately, a few of those rotations paying off, as we see 1 million and GEEKAY finding themselves pretty well set up. NIGMA Galaxy also going to be quite favorably blessed by the zone.
Good opportunity now just for them to continue on forward. But let's take a look at this, right? If we see Titans here over towards POWR Esports, as you can see just on the outskirts of school, there's an opportunity for those two teams to get involved. Maybe we'll have to take a look at that. As you can see, Twisted Minds, actually. Sorry for my misspoken word, but now, as you take a look at it, Twisted Minds, they will be able to get back into the warehouse. Ooh! Just narrowly finding the head there of Al Hajj. So now an opportunity just to start picking apart these eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty close position, but Al Hajj just playing a little bit of Matrix there, you know, just dodging those bullets as they get sent in their direction. But, I mean, still, Twisted Minds not going to be backing out of this opportunity. Still going to be looking to bring in that continuation. They are not done yet with the side here of POWR. But we also have several other teams that could start venturing ever closer. I mean, 1 million still holding pretty close to that center zone. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy also really well set up. But I'm loving the rotation now from UMBRA, looking to get themselves situated up on towards that Potato Hill position.
Ooh, okay, well, let's take a look at this. 1 million over towards that center position, as we just saw with that little bit of an extra. They will be left to their own devices just for the time being. So if the surrounding teams that now have an ability to pick up some eliminations or potentially give themselves some space moving into this next phase of the zone, as we know, it's just going to continue to keep getting more stacked and stacked here towards the center, because all of the teams are trying to set themselves up early for a quick dash into that next phase. That does mean that there's a little bit of action potentially brewing around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of action brewing around the corner. As we can see, we do have several teams now continuing up from that northern approach. We got the players there from the OOREDOO Thunders, pretty close to Seoul. And of course now, this could lead to a bit of an altercation towards UMBRA, holding on to that potato hill. But I mean, Twisted Minds and POWR, not really pushing up too aggressively in either direction. Yes, we did see those exchanges, but of course that is going to lead us moving forward to the next potential play coming through here from the side of FALCONS. As we have POWR just scouting out on the ridgeline. And of course now GEEKAY Santa going to be looking to find a bit of a position as well.
Absolutely, taking those rotations on in and hopefully looking to get themselves set up. But again, here towards the center, there's a lot of contention. We can see CONQUEROR Iraq just behind them. We've got NIGMA Galaxy just up ahead of them. And now there's an opportunity here, lying in wait. As we know, setting yourselves up early is going to be allowing you, like CONQUEROR Iraq right now, just to keep an eye out on the horizon. Maybe they can spot out a few extra, rotations, take a few hits. Maybe those connect, maybe they don't. Either way, there is an opportunity for information gathering, which is going to be key into this next phase. We've got nearly every single team making it into this next phase. Even NASR has already made their rotation onto the main island, as we can see, and they're moving on just behind OOREDOO Thunders.
Well, maybe those plays could work out. I mean, NASR definitely having to try and find some magic along the way. But as we wait to see where this next zone is going to be taking the teams, it could potentially mean that NASR will just continue on their rotation as they now have to head over towards that western side. But look at POWR and Twisted Mind, right? Smack dab center zone, holding on to those compounds. Now it is going to bring some form of resolution as both these teams are going to be disengaging just momentarily to get themselves resituated. But it could also mean that that altercation could now just continue in a new position.
Absolutely. Now, here towards the west. We went to the east, now we're back to the west, right? We're just giving a few of these teams a run for their money as they are running those field gauges down as the trips need to head on through. Oh, we can look here towards school as GEEKAY Esports are just trying to navigate, trying to stay alive as NIGMA Galaxy have set themselves up here just for a little bit of action, trying to pick up those rotations as we mentioned earlier. And again, this is a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, let's see where the opportunities take these teams. And again, I'm loving the kind of push coming through, right? The team's so quick on those rotations. Once that zone pops, they all just hop in their vehicles and off they go, right? Looking to get themselves into a little bit of a more favorable setup. But Slime also going to be moving in from those northern approaches. The only team that we see not bringing in an overly aggressive rotation or being too worried about getting a rotation into zone is going to be Titan Gaming, right? They're still holding over in towards Milta, so they probably grace us with their presence momentarily. But for the time being, we are going to be looking up into the apartment buildings here as GEEKAY hold the position. They could maybe find a bit of an angle on towards the players there from Slime, who's just north of them. But also NIGMA does pose quite a bit of a threat coming through onto GEEKAY.
Oh, okay. No, I like this. I like the story that we're building here for these teams because there's massive opportunities. We can even see Twisted now taking an opportunity there towards POWR. Finding Kante, we'll have to wait and see if that confirmation will come on through or if it will just be a little bit of an annoyance right now for the POWR team. As you can see for Kurdistan, just behind Slime for KT. It looks like they would have defended this location. Slime has chosen to move on further up, potentially closer towards the Rozhok. As for Kurdistan, take control of these compounds. Now, as you can see, the feeds are starting to light on up. It's, OOREDOO Thunders finding, I believe that was CONQUEROR Iraq.
Ooh. Well, I mean, there's still going to be quite a bit of plays to be had, as we can see, indeed, those shots coming through. Twisted Minds not looking too great on the edges. The knocks are lining up with quite a bit of aggression. It does seem like, the teams are still trying to find these approaches. I mean, Virtual Gaming coming in from the northern side. Yes, Slime also joining them up in towards Rozhok. But I'm loving the angles being held there by GEEKAY, right? Just across that ridgeline. And once either of these teams move straight south, they are going to be running into a little bit of that GEEKAY congestion.
Ooh, I like it. I want to see a little bit of the action now starting to build here for some of the teams. We've got way too many teams. We've got way too many players in such a contentious zone. We need to start seeing those numbers drop And now this is an opportunity for the teams to really stack up their numbers. We can see Slime4KT keeping an eye out there for Kurdistan. Within the zone, of course, it's Twisted Minds and R8 looking and feeling really good about their positions. 1 million Virtual Gaming, they all joined the ranks. But now where are the other teams going to, just shuffle on in and find their slots?
Well, I mean, we can see where the players there from for Kurdistan are trying to go, wrapping up alongside the players there from NIGMA Galaxy. It is going to be a race for positioning up in towards the zone. And of course, Virtual Gaming is going to be part of the absolute chaos we have as the teams move on through up in towards those ever devastating headshot hills. But now Zeus up on the ridge, waiting for a bit of an opportunity. Is going to be Freak, trying to put out a few of those smokes every now and again. Oh, is it going to be sufficient though? We get Slime also moving ever closer. So this could be a golden opportunity now for Slime to maybe play those third-party angles.
Oh, let's see it. We want to see it, but they're all out in the danger zone here with Virtual Gaming. And they will be realizing that's a little bit too late, unfortunately. The pick is there, but Amodi and the rest of NIGMA Galaxy not in a position to go for the trades.
Well, still a few trades could be had here. I mean, NIGMA, that position is quite amazing if the teams are situated towards that southwestern side, right? If the team is alongside you on that ridge line and also up on the Rozok Hills, yes, it is quite the challenging position to hold. We can see Falcons also now looking to reach on through. Up comes Powerful, trying to bring in a bit of that mad dash, just pushing on forward for Kurdistan. Also off in the distance, feeling the pressure, but Golden up in the mix. Anaconda going to be holding tongue. Oh, but that nade from Damar finds the damage and just alleviates a little bit of the pressure they find.
Oh, Team UMBRA feeling the action. For Kurdistan, feeling the action, especially Anaconda out in the open, just nade after nade after nade. Unfortunately, the sandwich here between Falcons and NIGMA Galaxy is going to be a little bit too much to deal with, and it's going to continue. As we can see, a few more teams now jumping into the fray. Even Slime4KT just behind Falcons, they could get involved.
Yeah, they're waiting in line, right? Waiting for the opportunity to step up and line up a few of those eliminations. But I'm loving the fact that the players here from Virtual Gaming are also coming through on the edge. It is going to be Hamori to get that nade on himself and his teammate. And this is not the point in time. You want something like this to happen. So you can see Lord now, the only remaining hopeful here for the side of NIGMA. Oh, I don't think they are going to be able to secure that res. Up comes one shot on that ridge line. They are going to be spotting them out. The shots now continue to fly on through. And this could almost be the end. But fortunately, one shot needs to reload. Instead, now goes for the weapon that shoots up to 990 shots a minute. Absolutely insane. But here we have it, right? 1 million also trying to bring in their 2 cents, trying to get a slice of that pie. But it's an absolutely brutal engagement up towards the northern edge.
Oh, we love this position here from Slime4KT. A very good line of sight onto potentially R8, Virtual Gaming, or even Falcons. You can take your pick at this moment in time. But as we turn towards Falcons, oh, they send in some interesting nades. Galaga finds themselves. We see another nade on towards Virtual. And on Falcons, they need to reset themselves.
Yeah, quite a bit of devastation, as we can see. But now, Plaza trying to play on the ridge line. That zone, of course, taking an aggressive shift down south. And this is only going to be brutal for these teams. You can see an absolute barrage of utilities getting sent this way and the next. Now Slime not done just yet, right? Pronto trying to cook it up, looking for that opportunity, and a great opportunity it is. As you can see now, Virtual Gaming, those health bars taking quite a few hits. But Slime also not being dealt the easiest hand. Now Plaza Pronto trying to find a bit of an angle. It is going to be Zeus to be found out. Plaza falling next, and now it all turns to old Storm and Pronto on the front line, but up comes the hits. It is going to be a beautiful connection being made. Storm still holding on for dear life. Now looking to see if they can find that extra bit of closure on towards one shot, and the remainder of the players here from Virtual Gaming also still try to get ahead of the blue zone. Oh, but Storm just narrowly missing out. Instead is going to be prioritizing the teammates, right? You want those numbers when moving forward.
Yeah, they're going to need those numbers because the action is just going to keep piling on up. So Slime 4KT hopefully will be able to go for the race, but no, the zone is going to come on in, so instead Storm looking for some cheeky eliminations, but there it is, 5 layers deep. It starts to really chunk at your HP bars. Now Gaddafi setting themselves on up, Storm finding that vehicle, trying to make that dash just in the nick of time. Gaddafi turns away. Will they be able to make it?
It's going to be a tough call, as we can see Storm trying, though. Really trying to get that rotation secured. One shot does fall in the meantime, but now Titans down towards that eastern edge are going to be looking to lock in their position as well, focusing their efforts forward on towards players from Twisted Minds, OOREDOO, and of course POWR. POWR not going to be backing off either. As everyone wants a position, and it's been such a challenging zone now this far for these teams.
Oh yes, let's keep seeing it. Let's keep adding on to the action here. As they're setting out a few wonderful nades, looking for those connections on towards Titans. Not going to be finding it just yet. In the meanwhile, Titans, what a difficult position for them to hold as POWR moves on into their position. Just looking for elimination after elimination. Now 1 million, just keeping an eye out, but we don't know at what time they're going to be going for this third party.
Yeah, we don't know just yet, but I mean, Kante doesn't have many options just yet, right? They still need to secure themselves within the zone, so close to it, but there's so many players just welcoming them in, and of course, Kante not finding the opportune angle. Instead, though, gets it up in towards P6, sending quite a bit of a dent back into Titans, and having said that, they then get found out. So I mean, this is third party central. I mean, it is just hit upon hit upon hit. Now Smoker going to be trying to pick up Ragnarok. Trying to find a good placement with that nade. Bit of an opportunity here. OOREDOO a little bit spread out. So as you can see, you got Smoker just on the front line here. We got Hemo a little bit further away. But R8 and NASR also going to be fighting quite excessively towards that northern side.
Oh, absolutely. The action will pile it on thick because it is just going to keep getting worse and worse. You can see here NASR up against 4 Kurdistan. 1 million added to the mix as well as Falcons. And there's the confirmation, but there's a few more that needs to come through before we can really look at this northern side to be somewhat peaceful.
Well, 1 million are going to be looking to bounce back, right? NASR going to be a bit of a stopping force here, but both these teams still got a considerable amount of distance to cover before they are anywhere close to being secured within the zone. As you can see down south, it is looking absolutely chaotic. It is shots fired off in every which direction. But now POWR looks to bring in a bit of a power play as they secure that center zone. NASR going in for a little bit more of a spread here is going to be Ali trying to send it up on the front line while the rest of the crew gets themselves situated, locking in those anchor positions. But Senge now feeling a lot of pressure as Ali is absolutely relentless in their efforts. Up comes Lazy Boy, tries to find a bit of an opportunity, but Ali puts them right on down.
Oh, let's keep it on up. Just narrowly escaping that elimination, but now they can potentially just pick on a little bit more. NASR picking up 4 eliminations, the 5th one just around the corner. This is going to be massive for them as well when you consider the fact that they're taking a full squad into the final zone.
I mean, this could be what they were looking for. I mean, this could be that play that we've been hoping to see. Now, as you can see also, just up ahead, POWR feeling the pressure. Kante is going to be holding on for dear life. OOREDOO Thunder down to 3. Now, up comes Soul. Also only riding on 3 players, trying to find a bit of an opportunity. It is going to be Falcons to get sent away. Up comes the positions now. That zone is going to be restricting in a few short moments. But look at the angle being held here by Weiss. Just knows that there's someone up ahead. We can see Ragnarok. We can see the remainder of the players here from OOREDOO Thunders also just waiting patiently for these opportunities to present themselves.
Osama looking on out, looking for some opportunities here. Those opportunities just around the corner, but they need to be ready to take them. Soul Esports in the meanwhile, quite a difficult position for them to hold. Coming on through from the southern side, they have a few opportunities to pick up some eliminations, and unfortunately that zone shift will force them to just take a little bit of a trip out into the center. But it's going to be OOREDOO Thunders just to hit the nail in the coffin here for Twisted Minds.
But it's still looking absolutely favorable for NASR. All they got to do now is just keep their wits about them. As you can see, quite a bit of fighting still happening towards the southern edge. The team's still trying to find the clear passage. OOREDOO Thunder now just going to be vaulting themselves out the window already. They've got that first initial anchor point set up. But Osama now trying to sneakily rotate away. Soul Esports also going to be making a break for zone. But 1 million looking to bring back their numbers, right? It is going to be Marshall looking for that res up onto with Senkei, but up comes Batika. They've got a plan. They've got a few bullets with 1 million's name written all over it. Let's see where this one is going to go. Smoker now staying true to their name. Just looking on as the smoke is all around, waiting patiently for some form of a pixel to be out of place.
And Kante just trying to snake it on into the grasses, hiding behind that vehicle, hoping no one will be spotting them out. But we'll have to wait and see how will they hold on to the line here. You can see a few more standing ovations. It's going to be 1 million finding already Thunders, but look at the reach from Batika.
Wow, NASR stepping up to the challenge. 8 eliminations to their name. Only 9 players remaining currently in this match, and this could be that game for NASR to lock in their winner chicken dinner. Kante about to feel quite a bit of pressure now, as we can see the players there from Seoul Esports getting sent on their merry way. It is only the OOREDOO Thunder standing between NASR, and now comes the full send as NASR moves on forward. Still rocking a full squad, about to spot Smoker, and there we have it. NASR secures themselves that winner chicken dinner. What a beautiful play that was coming through from them.
I mean, what a way to, well, discrown the kings of Erangel. So OOREDOO Thunders, unfortunately, not going to make it 3 in a row, but they did pick up a fantastic set of eliminations and finding themselves in second place on Erangel. It kind of goes to show that they really do reign supreme on Erangel.
I mean, it was close, right? OOREDOO Thunders nearly locking in that third winner chicken dinner on Erangel. It would have been amazing, though, but we have to give the respect to where it's due. And, of course, NASR just stepping up, bringing such a formidable performance there. And well done, right? They're very, very deserving of that. And as we said, that those points that they had could change in one single match, and they proved us right. They stepped up to the challenge. They secured themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner, and what a performance. I mean, but as we know, right? Match number 5. Done and dusted, right? Next up, we are going to be looking to see what is going to be happening, how many points will these teams got, and what those highlights are, just to showcase the absolute brutality and talent that all these players possess. I mean, this was one of the most exciting Erangels we've seen to date.
Absolutely, just purely based on such a heavy contention and the fact that this meant so much for NASR. But of course, we're going to go do some math in the background, see what the overall standings are going to look like, and then we'll be right back with the action. One more map. Stay with us.
I'm designed, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MEA Championship. Of course, a lot of action coming through. We saw the players there from OOREDOO Thunder getting so close to locking in that winner chicken dinner, but they were stopped by the team that we've been wanting to see gather some points. And of course, it was none other than NASR rising to the occasion, bringing in a glorious winner chicken dinner. But this is, like I said before, has been one of the more exciting Erangels that we've seen, right? So much fighting happening all over the place. And to add to that, the zone itself was quite a challenging shift.
Even Slimepool KT picking up a fantastic set of eliminations just with 3 players alone because they had to start off, of course, on the back foot just to showcase what they can do under pressure. But the rest of the teams really stepping up to the plate. It was a very exciting final few moments there towards Erangel, and I couldn't have wished for a better ending to our Erangel set of games. But of course, we know one more map, it's going to be Miramar. So now the teams have to go back to the desert. They have to go back to that long distance engagement and showcase who's going to be our final winner chicken dinner winner for the day.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of pressure on their shoulders. I mean, not too much though. But of course, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. Very exciting action coming through there once again. I mean, it was about time for NASR to show us what they've got. And I mean, Smoker getting spotted out. They found out just trying to play the hiding game, right? But as we know, once NASR's got their eyes kind of set on that winner chicken dinner, well, they got to go get it. And they did exactly that. Speaking about getting exactly that, of course, we need to get a bit of a look and see what those points are and how many points these teams were able to secure coming in off of the back of match number 5.
It was a very difficult match indeed, but Nusa Esports stepping up to the plate with that 28 points a game. I mean, are you kidding me? We've been asking them to step up, and what a way for them to do that. I mean, with that amount of points adding onto their tally, we've been talking about, you know, those 20 to 30 points a games really making the massive jumps. We saw Titans making a massive leap from 13th position. I wonder what kind of a leap Nusa will be able to make.
I'm expecting at least, you know, a decent amount of a jump, right? That's what we're expecting, because 28 points, they go a long way. And I mean, 13 eliminations alongside that just looks so amazing. But let's take a look and see what that second page looks like as we move on through. Also, I just want to note, on that first page, we did see some great consistency coming through from the players of POWR Esports again, right? They've been showing great consistency across the board. And as we move on through, again, this time, only one team making a stop at the bakery. It's Team UMBRA, as we saw, getting sent away. But yeah, I mean, it's been a very tough match once again. I mean, Slime also only picking up 4 points in total.
Yeah, look, it was very tough and contentious, but we're starting to see some of those consistent performances coming through from the teams, at least on the Erangel match. And I mean, at least for Slime, picking up those 3 eliminations, pretty good and contentious. Visual Gaming as well, doing a similar thing. So it's a good setup of points for the overall standings. But as we talk about the overall standings, let's go take a look at them and see what changes they might have been thanks to that match. OOREDOO Thunders, for all of their consistency, for all of their fantastic plays on Erangel, they have found themselves the first slot, tied up with POWR Esports with 116 points.
Wow, I mean, that is pretty impressive to see such really high numbers coming on through. But I mean, consistency pays off, right? We can see the teams really putting in so much effort. As we know, right, OOREDOO, they've just been climbing the ranks today. I mean, consistency just working out favorably, especially for them. But we've also been talking about POWR, right? Holding on to second place, matching OOREDOO Thunders, but they have not had the luxury of a winner chicken dinner just yet. Now, as we take a look at that second page, we can see exactly where NASR has moved towards, right? Jumping from 16th up on towards that 14th position. Now rubbing shoulders with Team FALCONS and CONQUEROR Iraq.
Yeah, they just make it so much easier for them to climb the rankings. Now that they're on equal footing with the teams on this side of things, it is a much easier climb. They no longer have that 30+ pointer gap between them and the next available team. Now that is much more palatable. There's a lot more opportunities for them to climb on up. But as you mentioned, these teams that have these massive games, these massive moments, it doesn't stop just there. You can't just have one of those games. You need to continue now with that consistency. It doesn't need to be crazy. It just needs to be consistent. Picking up a good set of points in every single match could mean you find yourself with a bigger share of that prize pool and maybe a little bit closer to those PMGC slots.
Yeah, and we have a few of those teams that are also then consistently crazy, right? We gotta love all the action coming through from these teams. But as we know, that last map of the day is gonna be none other than Miramar. So we're going to be looking at a little bit of that Shumasera action to potentially come through on this last final showing of the day.
You know what? Let's change it up. Let's head over to Campo Militar because I think that would be a little bit crazier.
All right, well, let's have a quick look at team intro, right? None other than the OOREDOO Thunders.
غلطة مكلفة جدا من فريق الفالكونز. حسن بتحرك، حسن مبدع من فريق الفالكونز والفريق ما كانت مقبولة. 10 من بين 16 فريق وحسن هنا للاستقبال. حسن يا حسن يا حسن يا حسن يا حسن. وممكن الغدرة تأتي من هناك. لا رأيت اللي قاعد يشتغل. استر يا ستار هذا الدخول الجبار للاعب فريق الأوريدو ثاندر. حاول تحصيل نقاط أفضل وأفضل. هنا أمامنا أيضا طبعا أمامنا من دون تشيكن دينر وطامح وشوف الإبداعات ما بين حمكو وحسن لمجمل الأوريدو ثاندر. نعم.
Pretty impressive to look at indeed, as we know, right? OOREDOO Thunder's really stepping up to the plate today. Already securing 2 winner chicken dinners. Going to be so close to that third one. But we are going to be moving in towards Miramar to see what the teams are going to be doing and who will be that team to lock in the final winner chicken dinner. Of course, give us your predictions in the chat. Let us know who do you think is going to be the team to ride on high. And meanwhile, we are going to be hopping straight on through to see where that flight path is going to be coming in. Of course, we see the lovely trailer park down below. We've got El Pozo just up ahead. So that does mean that we are starting towards that northwestern side. And from the angle that we have, it could seem that we are heading down to that southern edge.
Yo, this music is perfect for Miramar action, right? This music just screams Miramar to me. But as we head on into the flight path, the question is going to be where that zone is going to land on up. We've had some very just discomplementary zones to our flight paths in recent days, especially over towards Miramar, which really causes these teams to have these massive rotations on a map that's already quite vast and evasive. So we'll have to wait and see if the teams will have to do something similar or if there might be an opportunity just to get to their favorite spots and just chill on out.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not a lot of chilling to be done in the desert, right? It's still going to be hot and heated. But that's kind of what we're expecting to see coming into our very last match here on day number 2. If we look back to what we had just yesterday in our very last match, it was a match in which we saw the players there from Seoul Esports rising up, locking in those 10 eliminations, securing themselves a grand total of 25 points. But then POWR Esports, they went to like, you know what, that's fine. Even though, for this time, we have an absolutely amazing zone towards that slight eastern side. Right, yesterday, POWR Esports stepped up, and they secured themselves 14 eliminations in second position, walking away with 26 points. So let's see whether or not the teams will be able to replicate those efforts coming into this match, as we already have quite a few interesting drop locations coming through from the teams already.
Yeah, some interesting setups here. Of course, 1 million taking that plunge over towards Puerto Pareso. For Titans, no surprise to see them closer towards Los Higos and potentially a little bit of Minas del Fall action. And as we take a look at the other teams, they are centering up around the zone, really close and contentious, so not a very big jump for any teams to really get themselves in zone, but there is a few opportunity for some crazy little bit of action. As you can see over towards Los Leones, we have, of course, NASR and OOREDOO Thunders, the two teams that were battling it out there over towards the end bit of Erangel, now find each other in the same drop location.
Yeah, you know what? It's RNG is a funny thing, right? I mean, well, not that there's any RNG involved with the way these teams choose to drop, but still, it's going to be quite exciting to see what will come through as we can have a bit of a continuation from our Erangel adventures. But now, the teams are going to be going about their business, looking to get themselves situated, looted up, and ready to roll. The players here from R8 Esports, of course, situated up in towards San Martin. And Hacienda del Patron, of course, for the time being, is occupied by Falcons, but does seem like POWR could be rolling up a little bit closer.
I like the idea of that. I like the idea of setting us up with a little bit of action, but again, it's going to be up to the teams. I mean, comparing yesterday to today's action, we've had a lot of surprises, but I feel like that has come through with the very strategic plays that these teams have been, showcasing. We haven't had a lot of those early engagements. They've been few and far between, and that has really allowed the teams to control as many aspects of the game as they possibly can, moving on into those later phases, trying to set things up for themselves in a way that they could really capitalize. So I like that we're seeing that strategy already coming on through. Yesterday, like we said, it was the open mind day. It was, feeling out your competition. Today, we already see these teams adapting to that, learning from their mistakes yesterday and learning from their strengths and implementing them even better today.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we're kind of expecting to see from the teams, right? That progression, that evolution. Already, we've seen quite a bit of a change up from the previous season coming into this season. So there's already been quite a bit of evidence as to how these teams have just kept on stepping up. But we've already been seeing that step up then also come through from yesterday into today, with several teams rising to the occasion. I mean, NIGMA, or rather the players from NASR, being a prime example of that, right? We were expecting them to step up at some point, and, well, they surely did deliver.
They surely did, and hopefully they will continue, because we want to see a little bit more of that action. We want to see these teams continuing on and just showcasing their prowess. But of course, as we know, it is the looting phase. These teams are just trying to get themselves set up, kitted up, and ready for this next interesting setup. I mean, if we take a look over towards Picardo, right? We've got GEEKAY Esports currently making their rotation in there. We've got For Kurdistan over towards Power Grid. I do see Darby just keeping an eye out on that relocation towards Picardo, so maybe they're just looking for that information. It could be vital moving on into the next phase. Just having an idea of the vicinity of teams that you have to deal with is going to help with those navigational paths should they need to take them. So hopefully the rest of the teams doing something similar, looking for that information. There's no need to engage, as we know, just yet. But just having that information, knowing exactly where you can and cannot rotate is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, information is absolutely essential when, playing at this level. But here we go. It is going to be for Kurdistan trying to find a bit of an angle on towards the players there from GEEKAY. It is going to be Santa now looking to go ho-ho down the mountain. But Gaith holding up a bit of a position here. Maybe could find a bit of an answer on towards the players coming through from for Kurdistan. But again, I'm loving these ranged attempts coming in. I mean, this is what we always see coming in to the ever-lovely Miramar.
Absolutely, just a little bit of action, just a little bit of spice to heat on up our evenings here. But of course, OOREDOO Thunder's looking to add on to that action. The Saw, oh my goodness, hello, there is the revenge play we were waiting for.
Oh yes, it is going to be unfortunate for Gringo as they get sent on back. But the rest of NASR, not anywhere near this position, right? We see quite a bit of a spread coming through from NASR for the time being. So I think it's okay, right? They're not going to be feeling that being too much of a dent being dealt to their stratagems here. But speaking about dents, we could see, of course, the players here from GEEKAY now looking to put a few of their own dents into the side of UMBRA.
Oh, yes, indeed. This is what we like to see. Just a few bits of action. It's like these teams they're done. They're done with being strategic, right? They want some action. They want to get those eliminations and really bolster themselves on the overall standings. And we know they've been good with that. We know they have the capability to take these engagements. And for some of the teams, well, they need to get their defensive lines up.
Well, we also have our predictions come through there. We can see Sandstorm, Henky, and Moa predicting that it's going to be POWR, Falcons, and R8 to bring in the dominance and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. I don't know if you agree with that statement.
You know what? I have learned in the past that I am very good at caster cursing, so I'm not going to respond to that.
Okay, so a no answer from Ez is a good answer because the moment she gives an answer,
Yes.
the
Sorry.
fate of that particular team is then sealed, right?
Yeah. Look, I'm not
So,
looking to be Max Man here, please. I'm not
yeah.
looking to be the caster cursor.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least we know now if you know, if we want something to happen, then you are the person to speak to.
No.
You have great
no.
power.
No.
And great responsibility. But either which way, speaking about power, right? Slime, and they have a bit of power towards the north, right? It's uncontested. There's nobody there, right? So they have the power to explore, the power to get themselves looted up, and hopefully they can then empower themselves with a good position within this next zone and show an extra bit of dominance. We know that they've already secured that winner chicken dinner over on towards the first visit that we had towards Miramar, but maybe, who knows, they could surprise us with another chicken dinner for the day.
There is always an opportunity here for some surprises. I mean, finding OOREDOO Thunders just jumping on into NASR, it's like they were hunting, man. It's like they were just looking for those opportunities. So we don't know what else these teams have in store for us. We also don't know what R8s are going to be doing about their current position. I mean, they are really close and contentious there towards Falcons, over towards San Martin. As that zone comes on in, we will know that they don't have to take a rotation currently, but who does need to take some rotations over there is Titans moving on in.
I mean, but they're already rotating, right? So I think they were just waiting to see how much further do they really need to go. Of course, now Falcons are going to be finding themselves positioned smack dab center zone on the very western edge of zone. It is going to be the players here from Twisted Minds for Kurdistan. And of course, a nice little side order of NIGMA Galaxy. But Legend is not going to wait for any orders to arrive. Instead, they'll be jumping at the opportunity to just fire off a few warning shots and maybe get themselves into a little bit of a flanking position.
There is an opportunity here, as you can see. A little bit of that HP bar boost. Let's get the HP bars back up to where we need, because we know these engagements, they get pretty hot and heated, and at any point in time, you want to make sure that you are up and at 'em to the best of your abilities. Namely, Galaxy, as we can see, just on the outskirts, making the rotation on into the western portion of that zone. Going to be setting themselves up quite nicely for Titans. Hopefully, they can get themselves in that gap there between what looks like GK and, of course, Twisted Minds. But in the meantime, it's Virtual Gaming that has spotted a few of those OOREDOO Thunder footsteps.
Oh, yes. Definitely spotting those footsteps, and I'm trying to cover them up with a few nades, right? What better way to wipe away those footsteps? But let's see whether or not Alpha Luigi and the rest of the team here from Virtual Gaming will be able to reach all the way across. OOREDOO Thunder, of course, are going to be looking to get themselves in a really good position. We can see Smoker and Hemo holding on to the one side, but Osama is going to be trying to bring in that off-angle flank. Meanwhile, Hassan does get spotted out, so that does change up the strategy ever so slightly now for the side of OOREDOO Thunder. But will they be able to make that long push and maybe capitalize on that surprise element?
Oh, there's an opportunity here just around the corner. Virtual. Oh, one shot. You are getting a haircut you don't want, my man. That fade? No, we don't want to go with that one. So they will be ducking on down for the cover here, getting those HP bars up to where they need to be. Now Virtual Gaming looking to just avenge their teammates and hopefully give one shot the space they need.
Yeah, but I mean, they're also looking for a little bit of that breathing room, right? As we see also a few other altercations coming through, but this is going to be the main focus now between Virtual and OOREDOO Thunder. Who will rise to the occasion? Of course, there's going to be Gaddafi to find the angle up on towards Smoker. Hamco now taking also quite a bit of a beating, but Virtual Gaming, it seems like they've got their eyes set, right? They've made up their mind. They want to try and apply as much pressure as they can onto the OOREDOO Thunders. Again, well, they do look like they have a really good point to fight from.
Oh, yes, they do. Let's see how this is going to translate into the final zone. We do see Prestige from R8 going on out. A little bit of a pickup here for the surrounding teams, but Zeus just spotting out the pixel-perfect opportunity there to pick up an elimination from OOREDOO Thunders. This is going to leave them down to 3, maybe even only 2 if they can't get that res onto Smoker.
I mean, I gotta say, this really plays so beautifully into the whole situation, right? It's Zeus and OOREDOO Thunder, right? I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better situation, but it is gonna be Smoker, of course, now to get traded on down. Off they go as Alpha Luigi secures that second elimination now for the team. Hassan Osama going to be looking to find a little bit of a different positioning, but Gaddafi not going to be done just yet. Pushed up high on the roof, looking to hit those shots up into the party bus and maybe end the party right for the OOREDOO Thunders. But instead, they do seem to be able to capitalize on the terrain and just find a little bit of a sneaky play. Look at the shot that was coming through from Lord. There we go. An absolutely amazing hit. I love that slow motion action.
Oh, we needed it. We needed it to be slowed down because it was so incredibly quick coming through here from NIGMA Galaxy. And these teams, they're following suit. They're looking to pick up some crazy eliminations of their own. Marshall finding a little bit of something. But now, as we can see, Soul Esports, they've spotted out 1 million. They're looking for an opportunity to pick up a little bit of those eliminations for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Omar just limbering up, right? That's what you got to do before you get into... Yeah, you gotta make sure that you're all stretched out and ready to rumble, because I can assure you this is gonna be quite a bit of a fight, right? As you can see, Lazy Boy, Venom holding up ahead now, waiting to maybe just disengage. It could seem to be. I mean, still a very respectable play because 1 million and Soul, neither of these teams have secured themselves within the zone just yet. So I can understand why 1 million is instead focusing and prioritizing that rotation ahead of getting into the altercation and continuing with the, that fight against Soul Esports.
Oh, let's just see here. Groza just missing an opportunity there to hit that final nail in the coffin, but for now, still a few opportunities. NASR looking for that heal up. Miracle out here with the flanking position, but has to get involved if they want to give their teammates the space needed to survive, and Titans will be our first team back in the lobby.
Ooh, that is a little bit of an unfortunate play, but you know what? It is what it is at the end of the day. Now, it is going to be the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq trying to deal with the great momentum we saw coming through from NASR. But are NASR now going to be able to replicate those amazing efforts they brought through? It is now Groza getting spotted out as Batika sends it through. Rio Galaga holding strong, just utilizing that hard cover, not wanting to get found out just yet. But now as we move over towards that slightly more western side, it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy and for Kurdistan getting into a bit of a standoff, right? We can see Legend and Anaconda holding up in that warehouse. I'm curious to see what's going to come through from Lord and Freak.
Interesting opportunity here. NIGMA Galaxy running that 2-2 split. We'll have to wait and see how they capitalize with that. But as you take a look at the rest of the teams, of course, we know we still have 15 alive. And well, for the time being, waiting for that next zone shift. Virtual Gaming over towards 1 million as well, coming through from that southeastern side. Is going to be quite hot and contentious, especially now that they will need to kind of just drop everything and head into the zone.
Yeah, you got to drop everything except for your kit, right? You still need that. But yes, the teams really need to lock in those rotations. We can see Marshall already starting to head towards the zone with Marshall and Venom rather and Lazy Boy trying to keep up the defenses here against the players here from Virtual Gaming. But this hillside proving to be quite a bit of a challenge, not the easiest approach to really take. Now, it is going to be the 3-man force of 1 million up against the 3 coming through from Virtual. A little bit of an off-angle play being held there by One Shot B, but we know that is the kind of strategy that One Shot likes to utilize. Up comes the opportunity now. Venom just on the very edge and almost finds that opportunity.
Oh, nades being cooked on out, checking on through. Virtual Gaming now trying to close the gap, but it is such a dangerous one to take. We even have Marshall a little bit further up, looking for a flanking position, not moving, just keeping an eye out on what's happening here. If they need to, they can jump on into the contention. But there's the vehicles. They're rising up. The engines have started. And this is the trigger from both teams just to drop this engagement. It's too much risk for them on the outskirts of the zone.
I mean, but this is where Marshall could be in an absolutely golden position. Already, that is exactly what we see happening now. Marshall positioned up ahead, almost gatekeeping the players here from Virtual Gaming, but they are going to have to contend against the players there from GEEKAY, situated up on the hillsides. Now Marshall moving into the hard cover, tries to find a bit of an opportunity onto One Shot, aims for the knees, gets them on the angles, and that is absolutely amazing as the players there from GEEKAY steal that head away, but Lazy Boy does secure the elimination. So a very fair trade-off coming in both directions. But now this is Virtual Gaming feeling all the pressure. Alpha Logi just looking on so close to finding that position up in towards the zone, but it's not been secured just yet. However, Gaddafi does find a bit of an anchor point.
Oh, yeah, they do. Alphalugi didn't find a great position, though. As you can see, it was right next to a suspicious nade. Don't know how that got there. No idea. But for now, Marshall will be very happy just to capitalize on that very suspicious nade that just dropped from the sky, picking up that elimination onto Alphalugi. And now they have an opportunity to take this even further. As you can see, all down to Gaddafi now to try and keep the virtual gaming name alive.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressures. We can see so many teams in the surrounding area. I mean, GEEKAY, they're not going to be backing off anytime soon, especially not even the players here from the side of 1 million. But UMBRA also venturing a little bit closer, looking to play that elevation. We also then see the players there from Kurdistan and the team from Seoul finding a little bit of difficulty. I mean, also then the players there from Falcons are going to be moving on forward, taking aim wherever they can. And this is what we love, right? A lot of contention across the board. But who will be the team to secure themselves a very strong position come the next zone?
Oh, as you can see, Morteza going down. There's a little bit of recovery that needs to happen here. 1 million in a similar boat looking for those reses. Now setting themselves up here. Senkate out. Currently waiting for that res. And of course, 1 million just keeping their heads on a swivel here, waiting for the surrounding teams to just show their hand, show their cards, as there is so much action that they need to get through. If they want to get closer and closer into that zone, they have to head through so many teams.
Yeah, still quite a few teams, but now it is going to be Gaith now taking aim at Venom, finding great hits. UMBRA also up ahead, and I'm loving the super aggressive approach coming through from the side here of GEEKAY. I mean, yes, they still have quite a bit of ground to cover, but very contentious positions being held.
No, absolutely. Team UMBRA looking for an opportunity here. They're going to be spotting out GEEKAY Esports making that rotation on in, and we'll have to wait and see if they're going to get involved, because as we know, if they waste time now, they just waste time getting into the zone. They might be forcing themselves out into a blue zone battle, which is not what you want to do. We saw that take so many names on the previous Miramar, so they want to try and avoid it as much as they possibly can. Marshall taking a couple of hits. Oh, Gate just looking for some extra damage points.
Well, those damage points are going to be essential, but I love the slow, steady tap with the AK coming in. 10K now trying to make a bit of a run out in the open. The shots connect on up, and Gave's not wasting any ammo, connecting hit after hit after hit. Now 1 million down to 2. It's going to be Marshall and Lazy Boy looking to push on forward. They do find Morteza now. Gets the confirmation, almost secured. But a lot of pressure now coming through. As we can see, it is going to be Gary Boy looking to bring that res on back. Shadowin out in the open, looking to do the due diligence, clear out the surrounding area. But they still have quite a bit of pressure and danger being posed there by GEEKAY.
Let's take a look at this. UMBRA scattling, just trying to find an angle into 1 million, trying to take them out and give themselves the space they need. Because 1 million, with their presence, is extremely worrisome right now. We can see Shadowin just making a push on up. Marshall's going to be quick with the trigger there to find them, now looking for their return.
Oh, absolutely glorious rotations and plays coming through here from the side of 1 million. Just really reading these positions so phenomenally. And Gary Boy is going to fall, but not before putting a bit of a stop there to the side of Marshall. Now Lazy Boy, Morteza could start facing off GEEKAY, keeping their eyes on the action, but still trying to get themselves repositioned towards that zone. So a lot of pressure, especially towards the southeastern side. And it's not going to end anytime soon.
And unfortunately, it did end for Team UMBRA as they get sent back into the lobby. But now it's only Lazy Boys, so they have done some good work. They have at least picked up those eliminations as Falcons moves on into the zone. Oh, what a contentious spot. They have to deal with so many surrounding teams blocking their paths.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of a blockage coming in. But look at Ragnar, right? Not being bothered about any blockades up ahead. Meanwhile, Balfour going to be facing off with quite a bit of a challenge, trying to secure themselves up into some hard cover. Does succeed in narrowly escaping the inevitable. But now here we go, right? Al-Hajj getting ready to take aim once again. Al-Hajj definitely being one of those really accurate players that we've seen. I mean, we've seen their damage counter. It is absolutely insane.
I think the word you're looking for is terrifying. Al-Hajj,
Yes.
I see the name, I run, I leave the server even. As we can see, Rauf now getting taken down by Gaith, moving on in with a surprise, but oh, the turnaround is there for Enigma Galaxy. They at least find that trade. Now R8, the next team up for the battle here. Lord is going to be spotting them out just on the edge. They see those pixels. Now into the vehicle they have to go, and what a dash into the zone they need to take here, DK.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a dash indeed. But now, right, look at the positioning. Look at how congested the zone is. We still have 9 teams remaining, 27 players alive. And there's not a lot of space for these teams to make their way on through. But San Martin is going to be allowing them a lot of opportunities to sneak and snake their way on in. Of course, the players there from Kurdistan are going to be being met with quite a bit of aggression as Al-Hajj comes through with an absolutely terrifying spray down once again.
We love to see it. We love to see these players, these individuals really stepping up to the plate. Everyone looking to fight their hardest for their respective teams. And now, for Kurdistan, snaking it on up here on the ridge line, trying to figure out how they can get themselves into the zone because there's so many surrounding teams. And of course, Falcons, I mean, they have the perfect line of sight to really stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, they do have the line of sight, but all they got to do now is just work at those numbers, work at those positions, and just find those absolutely amazing positions. Powerful already taking quite a bit of damage here. It's now also up to Yusuf and Never Alone to move on through, bring in that fortifications. But look at Storm, right? And the rest of the players here from Slime 4KT getting themselves up in such a formidable position, looking to just get this at least northern edge under lockdown, while Falcons struggle to find a good approach.
Oh, but they've at least given themselves that space. They found for Kurdistan. GEEKAY Esports couldn't make the dash into the zone. And look, what a contested zone this is. I mean, take a pick. You've got 7 teams. And with 6 phases deep, not a lot of cover to work with. But yet these teams are making it work. Enigma Galaxy sending out a little bit of a welcoming package over to Falcons. And it is going to do the damage, but not find those confirmations. Oh, I lied.
Wow. Falcons having their fate sealed as Rauf deals absolute devastation down on towards them, and that all at some distance, right? Just reaching across with those nades, but absolutely amazing, amazing angles being held here. And again, right, 16 teams now left, or 16 players rather, with 6 teams remaining, looking to see who can find themselves in these more opportune position. Slime still holding on to strong numbers alongside the players there from Twisted Minds. R8, POWR, OOREDOO Thunder, and NIGMA Galaxy still in a position where they could still bring in quite a bit of a change. I mean, NIGMA already on 8 eliminations, even though they've only got 1 player remaining.
Oh, well, yeah, 4 of those eliminations are from Rauf. That is just sending nades after elimination into the fray. So definitely a very scary opponent there. But as we take a look at it, Twisted Minds, I love the position that they're holding. This is smack bam center zone. They have elevation, they have cover to work with, and they have an opportunity to really start picking apart the teams in the vicinity.
Well, let's see how much picking apart there will be. Of course, now it is going to be Ida picking up the nade, looking to send it in. Oh, it's a little bit high, but spots Kante. Off they go. So at least securing that elimination number 6. NIGMA getting sent out with the 8 eliminations in 6th position. But here we have Ida still locking down the angles. Al-Hajj inching their way on forward, trying to see just how far they can get the side of POWR to move on forward. But now, the final 5 teams trying relentlessly to get themselves in some form of security. Twisted Mind, smack dab center zone. Out comes the mollies. Bandar gets it, and that is going to be the end of Al-Hajj and POWR Esports.
Oh, Bandar just had the perfect line of sight onto Al-Hajj. They read them like a book. But now, it's going to be up to Slime 4KT, of course, in this contention with Twisted Minds. They are the only other team that still has all of their numbers up and at them. But as we can see, Koa just getting knocked now by Ida 7 is going to mean a very difficult opportunity now for Slime 4KT. They need to hold the line. Otherwise, it might be Twisted Minds running away with this.
Yeah, well, they could maybe still run away with this as they've got a nice bit of elevation, a good positioning coming in towards zone, and of course they can leverage all of that against the players there from not only Slime 4KT, but what is left within the zone, right? You can see Ida just looking on, trying and hoping for a bit of an opportunity to present itself. Yes, they are secured within that edge of the zone, but once this next shift comes through, phase number 9, there's going to be no opportunity for anything. There will be no more zone shifts. It's all going to be just blue zone and absolute carnage.
And it's crazy that we're even down to this point, still with 4 teams remaining. 8 phases deep, DK, and these teams will just not let up. They do not want to get sent back to the lobby empty-handed. They want to take everything for themselves, and of course, they want that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Well, I mean, I can't blame them, right? Especially looking at the size of the chicken, right?
Oh, yes.
That looks very
Massive.
close. It looks almost like a turkey. But either which way, it is going to be Slime now. Just vaulting out of the window. Koa taking quite a bit of damage right then and there. Plaza trying to make that run. Oh, but it is going to be Storm to get found out. Up comes Koa looking to capitalize on the opportunity. The nades comes through, and that is Slime. Stopped right at the door. Now, down to our final 3 teams we go. It is going to be the players here from Twisted, R8, and OOREDOO Thunder in contention for the winner-winner chicken dinner. And in a few moments, we are going to be looking at that final countdown. The absolute final countdown for these teams to get themselves anywhere close to that winner-winner chicken dinner.
What's crazy is it looks like that zone is going to center up just between Twisted Minds and R8 Esports. So no one is safe in their current position. No one is going to have a massive advantage. I would only really be looking at Twisted Minds to see how they're going to navigate this height difference between themselves and OOREDOO Thunders. As we know, they have an idea of where R8 is, but I don't know if they know exactly where OOREDOO Thunders are currently sitting, lying in wait for their positions. As we take a look at it, a few nades being sent out might give the indications away, but we know that zone number 9 is going to force their hand.
Well, it will happen in 2, 1. Cue the zone. Up comes the carnage. Right now, it's going to be, aside from the lead, that's going to be flying all over the place. It is going to be survival of the fittest because the zone's not going to stop. It's just going to keep on dealing damage and damage and damage. And this is going to be a fight of attrition, right? Looking to see who can survive the longest.
As you can see exactly where that zone is going to center up. It's out in the open, but Anas dropping on down, finding Hassan. Now looking for the second here towards OOREDOO Thunders.
Oh, up comes the push. It's going to be Anas trying to secure as much eliminations as they can, and they do find it. Twisted Mind sends OOREDOO Thunders backing. And now, it is the 3 players coming through from R8 Esports up against the full squad of Twisted Minds fighting for that winner chicken dinner. It is going to be Ida, SK Don, and Bandar now forced into hiding in the building. Flames all over the place. Utility raining down. It is going to be grenades here, there, and everywhere as Bandar goes down. Up comes the hits, the shots. Could this be the closing play? They do find yet another one. Now, it is the final hit as it is Twisted Minds to move in and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner.
I love to see it. That consistency just at the final moment. Twisted Minds picking up the winner chicken dinner, and not with a crazy set of eliminations. As we were taking a look at it, for them, that drop down onto OOREDOO Thunders, that was their first 2 eliminations in that final zone.
Wow.
Imagine.
I mean, you know, like the saying also goes, you know, rather late than never. And I mean, that is just where it came into play. You know, they waited for that opportune moment to strike, to get those eliminations. And you know what? It paid off. It really did.
It was fantastic. But of course, all of these teams today, all of the players, they just massively stepped up to make sure that their teams were going to be the ones at the top. So I'm loving what I'm seeing, but it has to continue when we come back tomorrow. But so far already, we've had some question marks being put on the overall standings. We've had teams raising themselves to the top. And now, Twisted Minds, once again, just at the end, looking to do the exact same, looking to once again find themselves at the top. But while we process things, while we get ready for those match and overall rankings, we're going to take a short break. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MEA Fall 2022 Championship. Absolutely insane day that we've had once again. Of course, the players there from Twisted Minds, right? Just twisting and turving things up to lock in that winner chicken dinner. What a glorious chicken dinner that was. I mean, we did see Slime trying really hard to replicate it. I mean, they tried to push in, but they were just met with quite a bit of opposition, and unfortunately they weren't able to evade the nades raining down from up above.
Oh, look, they did a fantastic job getting into those final moments with all 4 of their squad mates, but again, that zone, the way that it was pulling, it really wasn't favoring anyone. We saw towards the final moments, even between our final 3 teams, it decided to not favor anyone. It was as objective as you could get, so it came down to those rotations, and it was a really tough rotation for Slime 4KT to make. They kind of just had to dash across and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what I appreciate about the zone. Yeah, sometimes we do have teams that are zone blessed. Things just look rather quite amazing for them. Wow, English please. But when we sometimes get into these zones, especially in the later phases, the zone has this ability to move to a position where there's nobody, right? Forcing all these teams to converge into absolute carnage. And that, of course, then does really bring it down to the survival of the quickest, right? Because the faster you can get your finger on that trigger and take aim, the better your hopes are. It's not guaranteed, but the better your hopes are.
Yeah, we know PUBG Mobile, sometimes the RNG works with you, sometimes it works literally against you. It's just how the cookie is going to crumble at the end of the day. But that last mirror was absolutely stacked with action. We had so many teams stepping up to the plate, picking up some incredible eliminations. I believe R8 was actually sitting on a very good set of eliminations there towards the end as well. So irrespective of their placement, I think they should be very happy with that performance. Just to add those final points onto the overall tally might mean that they might be jumping up a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. I can't do math. I can't remember numbers. So thankfully someone else will be doing that when we take a look at the match rankings in a little bit. But so far, DK, I think I've been very impressed with these teams and the way that they've been adapting.
Yeah, I mean, super impressed, right? Not just a little bit. I like super impressed. I mean, just the level of competition coming through, it is phenomenal. These teams are absolute monsters. You know, and that's why it's so fitting that we have Monster as one of our sponsors, right? It just kind of fits, right? It just fits so perfectly. But, I mean, we've seen these teams rise through the ranks. We've seen them play through the previous seasons of BMPL. We've seen them play through this current season of BMPL. So there's so much evolution coming through from these teams as they've been working on their way to make it to yet another MEA championship. So not really surprised to see this level of gameplay coming through, and it's so satisfying to have these events become reality.
Absolutely, and again, we can't do it without the viewers, so please hit us up on those survey links. They are within the YouTube chats. You can click through. There's a bunch of questions that you need to answer, but it's going to give us a better idea of how you are enjoying this experience, how you are enjoying these streams, and what we can do to make them better.
Yeah, so really looking forward to that feedback to come on through. So be sure to click the link. You'll see them. Well, unfortunately, they're only in the YouTube chat, so be sure to pop on over. From my understanding, I've seen them come through on the main channel. If you see them on the Africa one as well, jump in, click on them. They're on the MENA channels as well. So there's several places where you could find those surveys. So be sure to head on over and give us your feedback. But as we know also then, we have our highlights that are on their way. We have our match rankings, if you've mentioned, on their way. We have our overall rankings also on the approach. So there is a little bit of that anticipation starting to build, right? Curious to see where these teams ended up based on this absolutely insane performance we had coming through on our very last Miramar of day number 2.
And as we know, we finally hit that middle pointer. We finally hit that halfway mark for these teams to really showcase what they can do and hopefully bring to the table as we take a look at the match rankings, of course, just to see how Miramar ended up. It was quite contentious, but ultimately there's only a few teams that really stepped up to the plate. Twisted Minds made a massive approach there just to jump on down with that confidence, knowing they were going to be able to take OOREDOO Thunders out. That takes a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, we saw quite a bit of utility being exchanged all over the place. I mean, literally almost nearly bombing their way to the very end. So, you know, quite a blast that they've been having right there. But we'll be moving into those match rankings momentarily. So, I mean, I'm curious to see just what the point situation is for the rest of the teams, right? We could potentially give you a bit of an update as to what those match rankings are. It does seem like we are having a little bit of technical difficulty with, you know, the things going the way that they're supposed to. We did see, of course, the players there from Twisted Minds locking in that winner-winner chicken dinner, and they were able to bring in those 7 eliminations alongside that. The team that was standing between them and that winner chicken dinner was none other than the players from R8 Esports, also finding themselves 7 eliminations, putting them on a grand total of 19 points, where Twisted Mind that on 22. Hard on their heels, of course, then we had the players come through from the OOREDOO Thunders, picking up their 4 eliminations in that third place, resulting in 14 points in total coming their way. NIGMA Galaxy, of course, picking up 12, 8 of those being from the eliminations they found. And then we had Slime 4KT locked into that 5th position, also then sitting with 10 total points to their name.
And as you can take a look at it, don't worry, DK, you don't have to do all of the reading. We can do a little bit of it, right? So as you've covered, those top 5 teams really stepping up to the plate. But of course, there was a few more eliminations that were spread out, especially between Team Falcons and GEEKAY Esports, picking up 8 points each. So a very good set of consistency coming through from them. As we take a look at that second page as well, we know that it was pretty top heavy. We know that there was a few teams really capitalizing on those eliminations. So unfortunately, there were 2 teams taking trips to the bakeries, picking up those donuts on their scoreboards. But ultimately, Seoul Esports and Titans have had a very, very good day of running through with some incredible points. So they shouldn't be too upset, and they have a lot more games left for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I mean, a very satisfactory play coming in, so this last match is not going to be too detrimental to them, even though they do walk away with a bag of donuts, at least for Miramar, the last one of the day. But as we know, right, there's still quite a few opportunities up ahead, still 12 more matches to go, right? 2 more days of action, but now we got to see how these match rankings from today impacts the overall rankings and where these teams find themselves with regards to those overall points. Of course, as we move on through, top position is held by Twisted Mind, but only barely, because OOREDOO Thunders are hard on their heels, only 1 point away.
Oh, I love this. A massive setup here for these teams. And again, Twisted Minds just at the end with their consistency throughout the day, and that last little winner chicken dinner is going to catapult them to the top of the standings for the 2nd day in a row. But as you mentioned, only 1 point ahead of the very consistent OOREDOO Thunders. But of course, as we trickle down, it's good to see a few of these teams here. R8 Esports, GEEKAY making an approach, as well as Slime 4KT, the last team to reach those triple digits today. Shout out to them, fantastic work. But of course, another African team like Seoul Esports, as you mentioned, they had a fantastic day as well, picking up 91 alongside for Kurdistan. And as we take a look at it, we're finally seeing that difference between winner chicken dinner winners and no winner chicken dinner winners. It's POWR Esports and R8 that have managed to get themselves into 3rd and 4th place respectively, irrespective of those giant turkey you were talking about.
Yes, and speaking about turkeys, I mean, POWR at this point, they deserve a turkey or 2, right? As we can see, they're sitting on 67 eliminations. I mean, that is 8 more than OOREDOO Thunders, who are their closest competitors at this point. With regards to aggression, I did see someone ask earlier, who's the most aggressive team? Right?
Well,
I mean, it's POWR, right? If you want to argue, there's the numbers. You can't argue with the numbers. You can see it right there. But we also then have to take a look and see what the situation is on the 2nd page. As we move on through, it's going to be 1 million occupying that 9th position with 87 points to the name. Team UMBRA, a few behind them, right? Only 9 points away, hold in 10th position. Titan Gaming also then over in towards 11th, but it's a very healthy distribution with the points coming through, right? We're not seeing that major disparity anymore. It's much, much closer and a lot more competitive.
I mean, if you take a look all the way from 8th place with those 91 points heading through to CONQUEROR Iraq's current position with 53, there's about 38 points that are separating those 2 teams, right? All the way from 16th up into 8th place. Now, that is literally hopping through half of the competition. You just need 38 points to make that happen currently. Now, that is not impossible. We have seen teams pick up those points before, and on average, we've been looking at a good set of points, at least a minimum of 20. If we take a look at yesterday's performers, and at the bottom, they're picking up those 20 to 28 points. So, one day of play could still mean a massive jump for these teams, especially if they have those absolutely bomb-breaking games.
Yeah, and I'm expecting quite a bit of that still to come, as we've seen a few surprising plays coming in, and I do expect that we are still to see many surprising plays, as we've already crossed past 12 matches, 12 more to go. I mean, looking at these teams, as I don't think there's going to be any cap to what they are capable of.
No, there's not going to be any point in time that these teams are going to stop, because as we know, there's no point in time that the points are going to be reset. There's no point in time that they can sort of just try again. It is all the way for these teams. Every single day counts. Every single game is going to count towards their overall standings. So everyone is pushing as hard as they possibly can to get themselves closer and closer to those top 3 slots, because they want to get themselves further into PMGC, of course.
Yes, indeed they do. But I gotta say, what I really appreciated from what we were looking at today is the level of calculation that the teams are bringing through, right? Yesterday, we understand it was like the litmus test days, right? Teams trying to get a feel of what's going. But moving into today, you could just see the focus from the teams out on the battlefield. The stratagems just being so much more calculated. Everything just working out so much more favorably. And the teams really just bring in such satisfying performances. And that makes me so hopeful and so excited to see what we are going to be having once we return tomorrow, moving into that day number 3, right? It's going to be the second half of the MEA Championship, to see who will be those teams to secure themselves those 3 potential slots to go through towards the PMGC. Who will be those teams to walk away with the lion's share of the prize pool? There's going to be so much up for grabs, and I cannot wait to see who those teams will be. So, of course, quite a few bits of excitement still to come. But before we go anywhere, before we head over into anything, of course, we know that, we'd love to hear what our viewers' thoughts are. So be sure to let us know on social media. Not only do you have POWR in the survey that you could fill out, but also you can just let us know what you appreciated the most coming through from your favorite team today. Be sure to include the hashtag PMPL MEA Champs, you can see right above us right now. And you can hit us up on either the Facebooks or on the YouTube. Also, then hit us up on TikTok and tell us what your thoughts are.
Absolutely. Share your favorite clips with us. Share your favorite moments that you've seen from today and yesterday's games. How your teams have been, performing. Are your predictions going okay? I saw a few predictions in the chat not quite making the mark today. Sorry, I keep asking you, and I know the answers, but I can't spoil it. I have to wait for the viewers to tell us what they think is going to happen. I'm also seeing some fantastic conversations about what the other regions are doing, like PMPL America, Brazil, what all of those regions are doing and how they're going to be comparing to our Middle East and Africa championships. We need to understand your views. We need to understand your predictions. But of course, just to add a little bit of extra content, to give you a little bit of spice, we're going to go into a few funny moments from the previous championships.
I don't know about you guys, but I really enjoyed those funny moments. Some pretty exciting things coming through. But of course, on that, we are going to be closing it all for today. So thank you so much for joining in and, blessing us with your presence and also sharing your time with us. We, of course, then look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow when we continue with day number 3. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty. We look to see you all back again tomorrow.